and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa, and I will be your naturalist for the day, monitoring the different waterholes. And I am very excited. I am not having any expectations, but Mother Nature, if you are listening, we would really appreciate some elephants, or perhaps some spots, as all of the leopards, of course, this morning, made an appearance on safari. I just had the most wonderful red-billed hornbill for us, but of course he took off, as they always do when they hear live. But of course this is a live and interactive experience. So please do send through your questions, your comments throughout the day. We love hearing from all of you, and we cannot tell you how much we appreciate all of you joining us and getting in touch with us. Now we do have some... I'm just trying to establish if it's one or more, but you can see some bubbles. Now that is a hippo, or those are hippos. Again, I've not been able to establish if it is singular or plural, but we'll hopefully see in just a little bit. But I really am excited to be spending this day with you. Oh, Jordan! I think we have some elephants coming to Okokoyo. Would you mind if we quickly cross over? Sorry, everyone. I just saw that on my other monitor. So I think let's go to Okokoyo. Woo! You're probably thinking, Lisa, those are zebras. But wait. You just wait for it. Hopefully they come very soon. Come on. There they are. You see? Now I can die happy. Finally. Yesterday when Alex gave an update, because we like updating each other on what we've seen, of course there's the highlights to look at on the app, but I like to always just know perhaps there's something else that we may have missed. And Alex said, I saw an elephant bull yesterday, and I thought, oh yay, I'm so happy for you. But look at this, we've got our own elephants coming. Oh, thank goodness, my day has been made. Alright, Mother Nature, you clearly have been listening. So now we just need some spots here as well, and then we'll be perfectly happy. Now, of course, this is already very brilliant. I hope all of you are as excited as I am right now. Oh, man, I cannot believe this. I've been saying for days on end now, hopefully the elephants come around. And although this makes me super excited, everybody, I have to tell you I'm getting a little bit worried about the rainfall in Okokoyo. We drastically need the rain. You can see our waterhole is also rapidly losing level. But luckily we are very fortunate to be able to fill this waterhole if need be. Oh, but I am just so excited. This morning when I came in, I actually told Jordan, I really hope we see some elephants today, especially since Alex saw one yesterday. That's always how it goes. But of course, we'll have our water holes, and we'll hopefully, if the weather and if everything is nice to us, we'll have some of our other locations as well. But while we are waiting for these elephants, we shall have a look at today's weather and see what we can expect. Now, I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you, I am always happy with anything, whether it's sunshine, rain, a lot of animals. Not a lot of animals. But I'm not going to lie, this has really made my day. All of the zebras, elephants coming along. There's hippos in Juma. It's sunshine everywhere. I cannot be happier. I'm really so stoked. And for those of you that missed it, sadly, on Saturday we did see a zebra getting a severe injury from fighting with another stallion. But I have been thinking about that zebra and hopefully he's doing all right. He actually did manage to start walking after a while. So you never know, maybe we see that zebra today as well. But again, this has already made my day. Mother Nature, oh wow, getting in touch with us already this morning, even beyond the elephants. Ask and you shall receive. Amen, Mother Nature. I could not agree with you more. Oh, what is this? Are we also getting storks today? Oh my goodness. People, we are on a roll. Just look at this. No, you have to... Oh my goodness. Well, they missed the memo on having to land here, but that's perfectly fine. You know, it's always wonderful seeing them fly. Hello, my elephants! Come on closer so we can have a look-see at you. Kevin, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch. Thank you. I am also excited for all of the discussions today. I mean, we are having such a brilliant start already. And of course, you know, as always, we'll have a lot of discussions around various things as well. Whatever you want to discuss, in fact. Falling over my own tongue here due to the elephants. Falling over my trunk, shall we say? Oh, but this is just amazing. Kevin, Mother Nature, everyone listening and watching. How lucky, privileged, blessed are we just to be able to see this? Ellie is wondering, there's water coming out of this thing, but not a lot. We require more. Oof, this water hole is really drying up. Michelle, good morning. So happy you are finally back. We have missed you. And I hope everything went well and everything was a success. But we are happy to have you back. And I know it really cannot get better. Starting with elephants, we literally have to see nothing the rest of the day. And I will just sit here constantly smiling. Oh, how beautiful. How incredible is this? But again, as I say, you know, even though this is wonderful for us, and this is what we want at the waterholes, this really is indicating that it is also rapidly drying up in the rest of Etosha National Park. Because this is one of many waterholes. Some of them are man-made, some of them are natural, but unfortunately this is an indication that the animals are in dire need of water. Now, as I mentioned, these are 2 elephant bulls. It's 2 that we are actually familiar with. I have not seen them in months now, but very, very awesome to see them once again. And they travel together. Sometimes they have another one traveling with them, but also not for extended periods of times. They'll just sort of hang out with them again. And carry on with his day. But these 2 specifically we've seen quite a few times now at this waterhole, and this is an indication it's your older bulls. They have left the herds, they sort of do their own thing, which we know by now elephants do. You know, they, as soon as they go into their prime, if you will, they start moving off or lacking behind the herds, and then they'll sort of pick up on estrus cycles of other cows, join with those herds, but specifically your older bulls will then break away, pretty much like buffaloes as well. And again, that is just, it's incredible how Mother Nature works these things out to give the younger generation a chance as well. And of course, you know, they don't have to worry about taking care of other elephants as well, and babies and everything. These guys literally, they move around. They'll probably go play bingo later on, have a beer, chat about what they've seen today. All of the zebras that were terrified of them at the Okokoya waterhole. No, it's of course not being terrified of the elephants, it's just a form of respect. If something that big is coming towards you, you will definitely make way.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So we just heard the Egyptian geese vocalizing, and then the constant calling that you can hear, that whoop, 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 whoop. Those are, of course, the zebras. Now, that is due to the fact that it is currently the fighting season or the rutting season for them, where stallions have to establish dominance. Even mares from time to time will fight with one another, but specifically during this time, it's the stallions that are trying just to show off. But in Afrikaans we say van lekker lag kom lekker huil, which means you'll be laughing 1 minute and then the next minute you will be crying. And that is exactly what we saw Saturday. 2 stallions were actually fighting in the water, and they wanted to go out of the water, and the one literally slipped on a rock whilst fighting with another stallion, and it was an instant break. He actually broke the bottom part of his front right leg. It was left for us, right for him. But as I say, he seemed to have managed and get away. But I do want to reference back to that moment for those of you that missed it. I was so emotional because he probably stood on that bare patch of soil that we see on the other side of the waterhole. He stood there for probably a good hour. And within that frame of time, there were 7 different groups that came, whether it was bachelor herds or harems with foals as well. There were different zebras coming past that one. That sort of, some of them put their heads on his back and comforted him. There was a foal that came up to him and sort of just sniffed him, which was incredible. I've never seen that in my life, not with any animal really. Of course with elephants you'll have that, but just to see that sort of sympathy and empathy for that animal that they had was just breathtaking. Honestly, I was so emotional when I witnessed that. And it really just goes to show it can be brutal and it can be cruel out here, but there's so much love all around as well. And I know we shouldn't be using human emotions when we talk about animals, but at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Just like these 2 bulls. They have no problem standing that close to each other, sharing that fresh water. They're going to move off together. They came together. They really are like buddies for life right now. Lexi, good morning. You are saying you love seeing the elephants at Okokoyo. I'm so glad that everyone is sharing in the excitement with me. I thought maybe I'm probably going to sound like a crazy person again, but it really is. It's amazing seeing these animals here. Again, not just the elephants, the impalas, the springbok, the zebras, all of the animals that come around. It's just brilliant. And again, I'm anticipating and hoping and praying that we get some more rain. Because statistically, Okokoyo gets their rain from January up to April. And as you can see, it has really become very dry. And they have not nearly had sufficient rain to carry it through the winter. But you never know. These animals are made for these sort of climates and aridness and dryness and everything. So I think everything should be fine, but just in terms of their sake and their well-being, I hope that we get some more rain. But that being said, you know, when we do get more rainfall, the elephants and everything else might disappear again. So it's sort of like it's a catch-22 really. And as always, if you do hear some additional voices other than my own, those are the visitors that we have here at Okokoyo. Whilst we are watching this in real time, they are watching this in real life. What an experience that must be. But already, how lucky are we? And I don't always love technology, but times like this, I am super grateful for it. Because we are literally watching elephants in another country, unless you are from Namibia. We are watching these elephants as they are doing their thing, the zebras coming and going, the swallows flying past every now and again. It really is just so incredible. I did a painting for my mom yesterday because of course I was off yesterday and I went over to visit my mom and I decided let me paint something for her. And so I created this silhouette of a tree, but it's also got a woman's face in it. And I added some swallows to the painting as well. And I thought, it's alright, but it really doesn't catch the essence of them when you see them in real life. But anyway, I am super, super happy about this. And I will continue watching these beautiful animals. And of course, I'll do Madame can. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Tess so we can say good morning to her.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Karikai Game Reserve. It's me, Trishala, and I am looking at something very special. At least I think so. But let me start off by saying welcome and thanks for joining us. I've been having a fantastic morning. It's a really beautiful day out here in Karikai. I must say the wind has picked up, so I do apologize if you can hear that. But there are tons of animals around, and I'm so glad that Lisa's got some elephants at Okokoyo. That sounds wonderful. I'd love to find some elephants today. I didn't have too much luck yesterday. But the reason that I am looking into this patch of bushiness, if you can see, there are these open areas with scatterings of antelope. And then there's these pockets of bushy bits. So if we have a look at this bushy bit here, right in front of us, I am convinced that there is a jackal den here or close to it at least. So I followed a jackal, a black-backed jackal, from across the open area, and it kind of sat down somewhere close by here, a little bit more to the right. Kind of sat somewhere around there. So I hope that we will be lucky and this will be the day that we find a jackal den in this area. It would be a little bit late. The jackals were denning earlier, around August, and so we had quite a few jackal dens in Amakhala, which is quite close here, so it's a similar kind of environment. And when jackals den will depend on the environment quite a lot, and will depend on the rainfall, the temperature, etc. So I'm expecting that the den times will be around the same period. So it would be a bit late for them to den, but also the jackals would stay at the den for about a year. And even then, they may stay even longer into their sub-adult and adulthood, because jackals often keep their most recent offspring and their previous offspring that act as helpers. So I hope that this would be a little spot of activity. Even still, like I said, August was not that long ago, so if there are pups around, they won't be very small, but they may still be using this area for shelter. Oh, hi Frank! That was such an upbeat hello. You said good morning, Trish. Good morning, Frank. A jackal would be lovely, absolutely. It would be awesome. I did see him. So, at least that increases our possibility of there being a jackal as opposed to just sitting here and hoping for the best. I did see it. So I think this is good. It's a really interesting spot, this little kind of hole almost filled with vegetation. We'll chat about it in a moment, but for now let me send you back over to Lisa, who's having a fantastic time at the Okakoya waterhole.
Thank you, Tess. Oh, Trish. You see, I've got elephant brain. I apologize, Trish. We are an all-girls team today, it seems. How exciting is that? But my apologies. I've got elephants on the brain. I'm so glad that you are having a good day your side as well. But yes, these boys are sticking around, and I'm just so thrilled about this. That a wildebeest off to the left is contemplating, should we not? Is it safe? Is it alright? Will they throw a tantrum if we come close? I think they are so self-involved right now, they won't even notice that you get here. But just look at this. You can see this elephant on the right is super chilled. He's just sort of taking it easy. And right now the one seems to still be drinking water. There we are. Lovely. Can you imagine if you'd been walking 4 kilometers, for those of you that are, goodness, fitness fanatics, I'm sure, when you've gone for a jog or have done a marathon or whatever the case is, when you get that sip of water, that is just so refreshing. And I'm sure all of these animals feel the same, even the zebras that really come into the water, cool off the whole body, get that sip of water, but specifically these elephants that are able to actually, with that dexterous trunk, get to the fresh water. I'm sure they are really, really grateful for this. And it's just incredible how resourceful these animals are, all of them. But specifically, as you all know, I like to favor the elephants, specifically the gentle giants, when it comes to smelling water and locating water and getting to a water source, whether it's digging it up with their feet and their trunk, opening that spring. I remember, well, really all of the reserves that I've guided on. Just like the elephants are resourceful here, they know that there's fresh water coming from that spring. They will literally dig up the water pipes, break them, get to that water, and often you would have to do so much repairs, specifically on your privately owned game reserves. Well, it seems they are going to be sticking around and gracing us with their presence, so I will keep my eyes on them. But for now, I'm really going to send you to Tess, who's in Amakhala, so we can say good morning to her.
Good morning everybody. Lisa, you sound so happy. I know how much you love elephants. I'm very happy your morning is working out swimmingly well. On this side, we have started with something incredibly different. Morgan pulled off a spectacular spot of this gigantic monitor lizard on its way out of potentially its burrow, trying to sun itself. How cool is that? It's got its back to the sun, clawing its way out of the ground and coming to say hello. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on safari here at Amakhala for the morning. Behind the camera is Morgan with his eagle eyes. And this is just amazing. I can't believe we're seeing it. It is so calm. We're literally a few meters away. And it's just chilling there. It's just sunning itself. How cool is that? Now, I'm not used to seeing monitor lizards come out of the ground. I'm used to seeing them come out of termite mounds that are massive, like the ones we get in the Lowveld. And here, there aren't any big enough. So it would make sense that monitor lizards use the termite mounds and burrow underground, literally below the grass level. It's so cool. And this guy is massive. I'm assuming it's a guy. I don't actually know. But it's a big one. Look at that, he's looking at us. Hello. Very slow movement, so we're sitting as still as possible so that we don't spook it. But it is a freezing cold morning. The wind feels like it's come in straight from the South Pole. So I don't blame this lizard for sitting out in the sun like that. Oh, Gareth, that was all Morgan and absolutely none of me. He pulled off a spectacular spot as we were driving. I was looking the other way. And I don't know how he spotted it, but he did, and I'm so happy that he did. This is so cool. Wow. That is amazing. So remember, reptiles are ectothermic, so that means they can't control their own body temperature, they can't create it. They have to sit in the sun to get warm. Ah, Millie, yes, monitor lizards lay so many eggs. Their first few broods of eggs can be as little as between kind of 3 and 10 eggs, but as they get older, it increases and increases with every set of eggs that they lay to about 60 at a time, and they lay their eggs in these termite mounds. So this might actually be where there are some eggs underground. So they're relying on the heat of the sun to keep those eggs warm underground, with the termite mound on top to kind of project some more heat inwards. And those eggs are incubated underneath there and then hatch, and the little ones actually stay underground for quite a while. They can stay underground for up to a year before they come up. And that's just to keep them safe, but also there's yummy termites in there to eat, so why do they have to go anywhere else? Now, in the traditional sense, in those big termite mounds, the adults will dig a hole into the termite mound, lay the eggs, and the termites close the hole back up. And of course, it's a nice balmy 36, 37 degrees Celsius in a big termite mound. And so it keeps everything nicely warm. Some fresh food, and then they actually wait for the next year for the rains to come, usually in summer. And when the ground is soft, they can dig their way back out again to the surface of the termite mound, and then the termites, of course, just close those holes again. It's so cool. Absolutely incredible. You can hear there's another vehicle here, so they stopped to appreciate the monitor lizard with us. Do you see how its head moved as the vehicle was coming around? So it's just watching the movement, but this is potentially the most relaxed monitor lizard I've seen in a long time. Look at that, the vehicle started and moves, and absolutely no issue. But thank you, Gareth, and everyone else for your questions and comments so far. Please do remember, everyone, this is live and interactive, so I would love to hear from you. But if you're watching on our app or on our website, you can register to ask questions. And then you can let me know that way what you'd like to see, what you'd like me to chat about, any cool questions about this monitor lizard, send them on in. But if you are watching on YouTube, please subscribe, and then we can notify you of all the other amazing content we have, so that you don't have to miss any of the very cool moments like this one. Oh, the wind is picking up. So with the angle of the sun at the moment, you can see the ridge above the eye is casting a shadow on its face. But if you go a little bit further back, it kind of loops downwards, and you can see a bit of an indent that looks like at the back of the lower jaw. That's its ear. That's the ear canal. And it's listening. It's watching. It's smelling. They've got very sensitive sense of smell. So all the time this lizard is testing those particles in the air, checking if there's other monitor lizards around, picking up on the scent of any other animals. Possibly even looking for other reptiles, things like snakes as well. You might even find they share a burrow. Might be intentional, might be unintentional. Hello, yes, we are talking about you. Is just amazing. Look how glossy and smooth the scales look on the front of the face towards the nose. And then these big rounded scales as it goes back down the body. So in South Africa, this is kind of our version of the Komodo dragon. It's a bit smaller and not venomous, although apparently there have been instances of them biting people that have had a reaction as though it is venomous, but not as venomous as something like a Komodo dragon. A bit smaller, and this is the rock monitor species. This is not the water monitor. So this is the bigger of the two species we find here in South Africa. And it's quite stony grey in colour, so that's really the indication, along with the bulky broad head. The water monitors are sleeker so that they're more smooth swimming in the water. They also have much brighter green and yellow streaks along the body and a more pointed snout. So rock monitors can be omnivorous, but mostly carnivorous. He'll be looking for eggs, birds, baby birds, other reptiles, small rodents, anything that he can sink his little teeth into. But at the same time, you might find occasionally he substitutes with a couple of other snacks, some fruits, some flowers. I can see there's some pink flowers next to him. Don't know what they are, but they almost look similar to wild garlic, except that would be purple, not pink. But the shape is the same, so maybe one of those wild food groups, wild herb groups maybe. Don't know what you'd call them. Oh no, he's going. Oh, did you see the tongue? Oh no. Let's stay and see if he comes out. That tongue was so cute. I love that. He was just testing the air as he went back down, lapping up those particles to wipe them off on the organ of Jacobson in his mouth, testing for those chemicals. Xavier, they have amazingly strong claws. Monitor lizards are exceptional diggers, and they will sniff out frogs underground, they'll sniff out lizards, they'll sniff out mice, eggs, and remember they have to dig to lay their own eggs sometimes as well. So they have really big, curved, sharp, strong claws, and they are very, very good diggers. They're a little bit slower at digging than something like an aardvark or a jackal, but they still dig very well, and they don't give up very easily. So once they've sniffed out some food or a good spot to lay some eggs, they are adamant about it, and they don't really give up. So quite fantastic. Quite fantastic. I've had some very cool sightings of rock monitor lizards in Djuma, actually, in the Mulawati riverbed, which is that dry riverbed where they've dug up frogs in front of us because they can smell them underground. So very apt hunters, especially when digging. So we're hoping that the patience pants are going to pay off and that this lizard is going to come back out. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is part of a bigger kind of tunnel network of burrow underneath. So maybe he'll come out a different hole, or may have even gone deeper in. It's nice and warm underground compared to this freezing wind. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see. And for now, we'll send you back over to Lisa at Okukuyo to see what's come down there.
Thank you, Tess. Yes, I'm actually thinking now. I've had a lot of sightings with water monitor lizards, but not all that many with rock monitors. And our storks are leaving us again. I got excited there for a moment. I hope they are coming in for landing. But you can see our elephants are still sticking around. They are enjoying the little bit of green grass that is still left under the leadwood tree. And of course, elephants are very, very resourceful animals. They don't digest very well. They only digest about 30 or 40% of what they eat, which is why we see so much stuff. I really want to say stuff because when you look at elephant dung, there can be really anything in it, specifically during this time, from marula pips to grass to twigs to branches, even actual tubes and roots of trees. But they really eat anything pertaining to the bush. So as I said, bark, roots, bulbs, berries, fruits, flowers, leaves. They love anything out here. And when you look at elephants specifically, they really are just incredible animals, from how they debark trees to how they are able to locate water. I'm sure many of you have seen on safaris when Cedric specifically has shown us how they actually dig it up. They can smell it from far away. I remember watching a documentary with my mom last year, and it's also I can't remember where exactly it was filmed, but it's also like this very, very arid area. I almost want to say desert. And these elephants were traveling for kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. And eventually there's like this, it's a very weird picture actually, but it's this desert area and there's this one big spot where there's palm trees. And these elephants go to these palm trees and they actually shake it, just like we see them doing with the marula trees. And all of these different fruits and things are falling down. And the interesting thing was, they ate some, and there was one specific bull that was very big. And he continued shaking the tree, and after that he just left. Which is an indication he's doing it, obviously, again, this is our human interpretation, but most probably for other elephants coming. Perhaps there's a herd coming with calves. Calves can't get to the fruits. They don't have that strength and that size yet. And again, that just goes to show how amazing all of these animals really are. With helping one another, whether it's alarm calling for a predator that might be in the vicinity, or whether it's really just finding food or finding water and alerting each other when there is in fact water. But these two bulls, as I say, we are familiar with them. We've seen them quite a few times here at Okukuyo. However, that being said, for me personally, I have not seen them in months. And I'm not over-exaggerating when I say that. We've had a bit of a drought in terms of extreme mammal activity at this waterhole. Which again, you know, Mother Nature really knows how to balance it out. Because in those times we had those stunning flocks of Abdom storks which were around, the ones that just flew past actually as well. And finally we are getting some elephants again. And of course the zebras are still coming and going for their water. But remember to send all of us your questions and your comments. Perhaps there's something about zebras that you do not know, perhaps elephants. For me personally, I've had the privilege of working with elephants very, very close and personal. So if you have any questions for myself, Joshala or Tess, please do get in contact with us. We love hearing from you. And at the end of the day, this is your safari. And this really is what Escape to Nature is all about. Not constantly rushing for animals and sightings and action, but just really taking some time to sit back and just enjoy all of the sounds and really the interactions that Mother Nature gives us. You can see these zebras are not at all bothered by the elephants, and vice versa, of course. None of these animals, specifically with your vegetarian animals, of course, none of them eat each other, but there always is a show of respect. Especially when you are looking at elephants, for the most part. Ooh, hi, dragonfly. That was pretty neat. But especially with elephants, generally when they are approaching a water hole, the rest of the animals will just sort of give way. Not out of fear that, these massive things are going to attack us. It's just really a form of respect. It's just incredible with that silhouette of the elephant. Tammy, good morning. You would like to know if elephants are the only species that have breeding herds. Cammy, my apologies. No, not at all. A lot of these animals out here that we see do have breeding herds. Buffaloes, of course buffaloes we don't see on or at Ukukoyo. But your elands, your oryxes, those animals also have breeding herds. A lot of your antelope. When they don't actually form harems, they'll have the breeding herds. But no, in some of our other locations, I'm sure you've seen like in Pridelands or in Juma, when you see buffaloes, those are also breeding herds. So you'll have males and females and calves and everything intertwined in that group. And there's you'll have pathfinders specifically with buffaloes. But there's various dynamics within a breeding herd, just like with elephants. And it really is incredible if we are just watching these two bulls now. Because of course with elephants we know that there's a matriarchy. So generally there's a cow that's in charge of the herd. And she sort of tells everyone, okay, we're leaving now. Or watch out, something is lurking about. I just want to have a look at these two. At their movement now. Are they splitting up? Or are they just moving around that mini tree line and then meeting up again? It really is so incredible. And again, for the most part, from what I've been seeing the past few days specifically, when the animals come on one path, they do not exit on that path. Which again is it's an interesting thing when you think about it. Do they do that instinctively? Is it sort of a thing of they smell themselves on that path so they choose a different one? The elephant's deciding now, fine, we'll do it your way. And no, I won't. I will go around the tree line. Just look at all of the animals. All right, excuse me, pardon me. We're making way for you, sir. Oh my goodness, what an indecisive elephant. Make up your mind. But it's always fascinating when you, as I mentioned now, with elephants, they have a matriarch, and that matriarch decides the routes, the paths they take, the precaution they take, the actual reaction they make when a predator is around or when other elephants are in the vicinity. But with these two, I wonder how it works. Do they take turns in deciding, all right, now we're leaving? Of course, there's a communication that is even at most inaudible for us as humans. Yes, often we can hear trumpeting with elephants, and we can actually hear the rumbling, which is wonderful when you can. I love elephants rumbling. Trumpeting too, but trumpeting is generally a distress call or a tantrum, so it's not always such a good sign. But with the rumbling specifically, so surely they must have communicated now. Is it sort of like a team effort? All right, Fred, do you feel like moving on? Yes, I don't know. I'm not feeling this grass right now. I think I shall take this pathway. But it seems like there's some good trees over there. Yes, but I don't feel like those trees right now. Alright, you carry on, I'll meet up with you again. Like, is that what is going on in their minds? I just wish I knew. I just wish I fathomed, even if it was just 1%, of what these animals are saying to each other. And as I say, my mindset is completely swayed. I thought my mind was made up about animals in general, elephants, zebras, springbok, and I've always known that there must be more to them. But Saturday, after seeing that stallion break its leg and different groups approaching that stallion and sort of realizing that he's injured, and no other bachelor herd or stallion or anything went up to him and took advantage of his injury and sort of like picked on him. They all had this sympathy or this empathy for him to sort of say, hey guy, sorry you're not feeling well, get better soon, and moved on. It really was the most incredible thing I've seen in my life. Oh, stop teasing us, will you, and just come in for landing. However, I have to say I love it when they do fly past us. Woo! Just look at that. I love it. Jillian, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. I too wonder if animals feel a bigger spectrum of emotion. I really do. And, a lot of people look at nature, specifically when you are analyzing something like lions, for instance. When you see lions hunting, people tend to think, okay, well, they are these brutal things and they just take out other animals. And, a lot of people tend to unfortunately get stuck on the picture that predators give us. But if you think about it, they have to do that. All animals have to eat, just like all humans have to eat. And then when you look at a female lion or even a male lion, how tolerant he is with those cubs, biting their tails constantly, jumping on their faces. I mean, I've been in so many sightings for myself as a guide, but also at Wild Earth, when we are watching the different dynamics. Then I think, oh no, I would have smacked you long ago if I was your mother or father. So there really is a balance, and it is a perfect balance. And Jillian, I definitely, I agree with you. I really do agree with you that animals are just these incredible creatures on Earth, and we underestimate them way too much. We think they just have instincts and they just do what they do. But as I say, for me, all of that changed Saturday when I saw that interaction between one injured zebra and different zebras coming towards him. There was even, it was the cutest thing. There was a foal that came up to him and he was like, hi sir, I'm so sorry. I see you're not feeling well, but okay, my mom is leaving. I have to go now. Bye. And again, maybe that's not at all what went on. That's not at all what they had in mind. But from our perspective, it was just, I literally sat here crying. I thought that is the most incredible thing I've ever witnessed in my life. So Gillian, definitely. I think there is way more going on with all of these animals, not just elephants or not just zebras, with all of them. Even giraffes. I mean, I tend to refer to giraffes as the hippies of the bush. But the other day I referred to the sighting as well that happened in Kruger, I think it was end of last year, around October or November. And there was a female that had lost her calf. The calf actually, when she gave birth to it couldn't stand up, so I'm not sure if it was not able to walk or get up or what exactly the problem was. But eventually hyenas came and vultures came and jackals and even lions. And she stayed in that area for 2 days. Oh, I just got chills saying that. She stayed in that area. I often make the mistake of saying, giraffes aren't really great mothers. Because they tend to just sort of move on and browse. And then they've got the calf standing there like, I can't see my mom anywhere. I mean, pretty much like when you've lost your mom in a shopping center. But that cow stayed with her baby even after it was taken by the lions. You can see that other elephants, it's difficult to see. You can just see a little bit of movement, but in that mini tree line on our left, those two elephants are now both enjoying that. The trees around there and the vegetation and the yummy leaves. The one finally gave into temptation. All right, hello swallow. I think for now let's go over to Djuma and see if we can get a proper view of the hippo or the hippos. Now, so far I've only been able to see one. I just want to see if it actually comes up again. If it's 1, it's most probably Dewey. However, I'm sure you know that we've had a cow and 2 calves in this waterhole for a couple of days now. And it'll be interesting to see what the dynamic is going to be for all of them. Because I know some of our Zoomies actually joked and said that it seems like the cow and the calf. But they said that Dewey is actually very tolerant with the calves. Now the thing is, I have no idea if both calves belong to her, because generally the norm for hippos is 1 calf, but Mother Nature reads no books. She doesn't listen to anyone, and every now and again there is a miracle that happens. So it's possible that both calves could be hers. And again, that is if it's the cow and the calves, but I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a bit confused right now as to what's happening. All right, we've got 1 big hippo. You see, the other one seems like it's also a big hippo. Ooh, those were tiny. Are they tiny nostrils? I feel like I'm not sure what's happening right now. Oh no, so I think it's 2 big hippos and 2 calves. So it's most probably Dewey, the cow, and the 2 calves. Now again, I am not too familiar with this dynamic. I'm not sure if the calves belong to him, if it's another hippo's calves. Just trying to see if all of them actually come up. But you can see over to our left, there's definitely some nostrils, and then dead center, those are some big nostrils, so, and another one. But this has got to be one of the most fascinating animals, specifically when they have babies. There can be a lot of aggression involved, unfortunately, as well, as some bulls will not be tolerant of calves, and they'll be very mean to them. I remember one of my favorite sightings at my previous reserve. The dam was actually called Mongoose Dam, and there was a cow with a very, very, very tiny baby, and this bull came and he wanted to sort of attack the baby, and this female had none of it. And I still have photos and videos and everything of this interaction. They had a brutal interaction, and luckily the bull came to his senses and he realized, all right, I'm not going to win this one today. So eventually he just gave them space and he gave up. But just that sheer instinct from the mom to decide, listen, it's either me or my baby, but I will put up a fight. But I will continue watching them and try to figure out what's happening. For now, I'm going to send you to Trish, who's in Kariga.
Again, I do apologize for the wind, and I hope that it's not too bad. It definitely picked up, but I've tried to seek some shelter by going a little bit lower. So there's thicket all around me to try and kind of dampen the sound of the wind. This giraffe is busy chewing away. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 giraffes all together, all around me. This one's the one closest to me, so I thought we'd start with her. Let's watch a cud ball come back up her neck. Oh, There it is. I love doing that. Unfortunately, I didn't get a moment to explain what was happening before it started happening, but we'll get to watch it again. Well, we can really see right into her mouth. Look at as she's chewing. Oh, wasn't that beautiful? You can see the saliva as she parts her lips every time she chews. There's little strings of saliva. That's because giraffes have really, really thick saliva, and that helps them to chew up all of the vegetation they eat. That she swallowed. She's going to throw a cud ball back up her throat in a moment. There we go, back up in the mouth. So she's obviously chewing her cud at this time, so she's not feeding, quite clearly. Instead, she's throwing up those cud balls from the rumen, which is the part of the stomach that is full of bacteria, simply bacteria that helps her to digest. There, she sent another one down. Now watch her throat. There we go. Up again. So all that saliva is helping her in this whole process. But for now, let's send you over to Tess. She's got one of my favorite birds.
I cannot believe our luck today. Morgan, once again, an exceptional spot of another unusual animal for the morning. Such a windy, cold day, and yet so successful. Starting off with that beautiful monitor lizard, and now 2 secretary birds. I don't know which pair this is. This is not where we've seen secretary birds in the last month. And yet, here they are. I almost want to say it's possible that this might be the other ones that have flown in. Or maybe it's just a pair that we didn't know were becoming territorial in the area. I know they don't look like a proper raptor, but this is considered one of the most aggressive raptors that we get in southern Africa. They are exceptionally talented at killing things like snakes, and they will eat with an appetite that you've not seen in many other birds. So phenomenal to see them this morning. Of course, being a bit windy up here, they're probably struggling a bit. They're rather large birds. They almost look like they're blowing around with the wind a bit. But they are moving towards the horizon, so I'm hoping they don't go too much further, because then we won't see them anymore. There's no road there. And we've been scanning, we saw some other birds, but I think they were crows and they flew off. Cindy, Morgan is doing exceptionally well today. Just today, not any other day. No, but in all seriousness, Morgan is very awake this morning. I don't know what did you have for breakfast, Morgan? Nothing. Wow. You had coffee though, so maybe it was that. I think it was the coffee. But absolutely, Morgan is knocking it out of the park this morning. I'm just hoping we get lucky enough. I mean, that lizard stuck around for so long, way longer than I expected. I'm hoping that we get lucky with these secretary birds too, that they decide to come back this way, or at least that they decide to, make a kill. That would be cool. Not great for the animal that gets killed, but very unusual to be able to witness secretary birds making a kill. In this area, you'll probably find, being so grassy, they're looking for snakes, they're looking for little rodents, things like mice and gerbils, field mice, even rats, snakes, lizards, baby scrub hares. Sounds awful, but proper bite-sized snack for them. So It would be absolutely epic to see them kicking down at the ground and picking up a kill.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So at the moment we're just doing a combination of trying not to blow away and hoping that they're going to come back because they've disappeared over the ridge. Okay, we are going to hope that they come back, but for now, I didn't hear where I'm sending you to. Ah, to Djuma, that's exciting, with Lisa.
Thank you, Tess. Woo, that was exciting. It is always so special to see secretary birds. I can't remember when last we were able to capture one on one of the dam cams. But still here at Djuma, trying to figure out what is happening with these hippos. But hopefully you've got some insight too, and you can shed some light on the on the situation. Now, of course, hippos don't just stay in one waterhole, and that goes for females and bulls and calves. They do move around, specifically, or bulls move around more because they have to sort of patrol the area, mark their territory, look for ladies to make babies with. But females as well, if they feel the need, if they are perhaps in an area where a bull is consistently trying to attack the baby or a situation like that, perhaps she will move herself and the baby. And they do, of course, come out at night, graze around, feed on some grass, and then they might find themselves in another waterhole, like we've seen many a time, specifically in Djuma. They traverse between Gowrie Dam, Treehouse Dam, Twin Dams, so they really are not restricted just to one waterhole. However, that being said, animals are creatures of habit, so if they do find that there are no other challenges, as mentioned, like a bull trying to get to a baby of a cow or anything like that, then they will go back to that waterhole, which is why often you'll find the same pot of hippos in the same waterhole for a lengthy time. That was the baby. Sorry. There was just a baby. Oh, that was adorable. Now, if it is the calves that we've been seeing for the past few days, they are not nunus anymore. Now, a nunu, I like to refer to it as a baby animal. But it might be different, however, I don't think it is. They actually came out of Gowrie Dam on Saturday and they grazed for a bit. And they really are deceiving animals, these. You tend to think, it's not that big. And that goes for calves and cows and bulls. It's a very deceiving looking animal. And then as soon as they come onto land, you're like, whoa. That's a rather big animal. Which is why they are also so dangerous. Even though they are massive, they really can move if they need to. If they feel threatened, if they feel provoked, if they feel the need to come out of the waterhole, they really can move phenomenally fast. I remember when I just started at the previous game reserve that I was guiding on, the very first lodge that I actually worked there, I worked with a tracker and his name is Richard, and I call him Ricky. But the one day we had a sighting of a hippo at Scallum Dam, which is one of the water holes on that reserve, and the hippo came out of the water and he sort of moved around and he grazed, and Richard was phenomenal. Richard was like Rexon, you know, he's been tracking animals since he was a tiny toddler, basically. So Richard was very, very good with reading animal behavior and sort of picking up on that thing. And this hippo eventually came closer to the car, so I eventually just gave way a little bit. And the hippo came closer to the car and he actually smelled Richard's feet, because the trackers sit in the front of the vehicle so that they can actually see tracks of animals before you drive over them. And I've never seen a more calm person in my life. Well, the hippo too, but the hippo just sort of sniffed him and carried on with his grazing. And I was blown away. For me personally, this was a first experience. And again, I'm not saying, you know, that's a normal thing. We should go around allowing animals to come that close to us. But I always say there's no such thing as the animal just attacked me. An animal will always give you a warning. They will tell you when they are being aggressive. For the most part. Perhaps something happened before you arrived to that actual animal that provoked it. And you arriving is now just the final straw. But for the most part, we can always tell. Because remember, animals don't know what we are. They don't know the risk they are running when they want to attack us. So for them too, they would rather get away as opposed to getting into that actual confrontation, not knowing what the end result might be. Oh, and we've got our Egyptian geese that are just off to the left on land. Seems like we are experiencing some wind in most of our locations, with Okukoyo being the exception as always. And this is what hippos do. They don't actually like doggy paddle around. They'll go to the bottom of the waterhole or whatever they are in, and then they'll sort of jump around. For those of you that have seen Tarzan, there's a brilliant scene of that that perfectly displays that. But they'll just go to the bottom, sort of come up again, and just do their thing. And specifically with babies, you'll find that. Now, babies as well, when they are still nursing, they actually suckle underwater, which is incredible if you think about it. And often when you have a still body of water, like if the wind wasn't blowing or something, and you do have babies that are still nursing, you can actually see when they've gone underneath and suckled, and they come back up. If you are so lucky to ever see that, just sort of scan around the mother and the baby when the baby does come up again. Sometimes you'll see a circle of oil coming to the surface of the water, and that is sort of the milk that got away. And every now and again, I've only seen it a couple of times in my life, but every now and again that baby will actually come up and sort of slurp that little bit of milk that got away. Hi. I am hoping one of those 1,000 leopards from this morning's sunrise safari will come grace us at the waterhole. Perhaps they'll get thirsty. But for now, it seems to be pretty peaceful in Djuma. Alrighty, I'll keep an eye on Gowrie Dam. Hopefully something comes to visit us. For now, let's go to Ukukuyo. Zebras, zebras, and more zebras. They really are just so beautiful. All of these animals. The springbok, the zebras. You can see some of them chasing each other around there. On the horizon, just in front of the tree line. Stop your nonsense. And you can also see our 2 elephants moving off into the tree line. They've actually stuck around for quite some time. And hopefully we'll get some more elephants today, but if we don't, I am perfectly satisfied and content and just all in all thrilled with what we have seen so far today. It really has been such a special day. And as always, I'm just so glad that all of the zebras are constantly coming and going. It's been very fascinating these past few days, just watching them thriving in numbers, watching the different harems, the different sizes and foals. Ooh, I do have an update for all of you. I don't know if you can remember my BFF, my black fluffy foal. I saw it on Saturday. It actually came to the waterhole with its harem. It's grown a lot, but it is still as fluffy and black as it was the first time we saw it. Now, if you do not know what I'm referencing to, a couple of months ago we saw the first zebra foal, and it was this tiny thing, but it was very, very dark in coloration. The whole face almost was completely black, and it was a very fluffy little thing. But he looks exactly the same. He's grown a lot, but he is still safe and sound. I don't know if any of you actually remember it, but he is still doing very well. And if you've just joined us, thank you so much for spending your Tuesday with us, and welcome to Escape to Nature. We are currently live in Okokweyo in Namibia, and we've already had such an eventful day. We've had 2 elephant bulls that came to spend some time with us here at this beautiful waterhole. Of course, we've had a lot of zebras, wildebeests, impalas, springbok, and I mean, we've only been live on Escape to Nature for an hour and a half. Apart from that, we've also had a monitor lizard with Tess in Amakala, as well as 2 secretary birds hunting. Trish showed us some giraffes. It really has been a phenomenal day. It's really been incredible. But as I say, we are live, and of course we love hearing from you. So please, whether it's for myself or for Tess or for Trish, please do send us your questions and comments. We really appreciate all of them so much. Perhaps there's something you don't know about this location, or about the zebras, or really anything you want to ask us as naturalists. You are more than welcome to send your questions or comments through. And what else? What would Escape to Nature be without Lisa preaching? I just wanted to inform you on some stats that I heard this morning on the news. I have to say I'm very impressed with this radio station I listen to on the way to work. They always really talk about animal cruelty in the news updates as well, and specifically poaching. So this morning they mentioned that Botswana is undergoing a lot of rhino poaching currently, that in the past 5 years, the whole country of Botswana has lost 1/3 of its rhino population. And again, we hear these things, and every single time I'm shocked, like it's the first time I'm hearing about poaching or about these stats. It doesn't matter where we are, in South Africa, Namibia, Botswana. The other day I spoke about KwaZulu-Natal, which is a province in South Africa. And every time, my jaw drops. I'm like, how is this possible? Even though I've been around it for so long and have been connected with it so long, informed on it and all of that. And it really, every time, it just blows me away. And I just once again realized, we are not doing enough. I live in South Africa, and I feel I'm not doing enough for Botswana, which of course is one of our neighboring countries. So what really can I do? But I don't have to physically help to save rhinos or to catch the poachers to be able to do something, just by following some organizations or just educating myself. I definitely will learn more, and I'm going to. I promise myself tonight when I get home, or even on my break later, I will definitely read up a bit more about it. Because I've got friends living in Botswana, but yet I don't know enough about all of these things. But anyway, that is my preach for the day. I just wanted to make all of you aware of that, because again, I was not aware of that. 1/3 of the rhino population in 5 years of a whole country. That's shocking. Good morning, Springbok. I'll just look at the tiny one, and even the tiny ones are not so tiny anymore. Would you not agree? It feels like just the other day we saw Roscoe the Rascal, the first Springbok that we had at Okukoyo, and now it's they're already getting so big. Our Egyptian geese as well, the zebras as well, all of these animals are just growing at such a shocking rate. Of course, that must be super refreshing. Getting into the water. I really hope we see some oryx calves one of these days. We have not seen them for quite some time now. Lillian, you would like to know what is this waterhole's busiest time of day? Again, it depends on the day. You know, if you had asked me this question weeks ago, I would have told you midday when the Abdom storks arrive, because that was pretty much the only thing we saw for for quite some time, you know. And of course the springboks, but I have to say the Abdom storks, they would literally arrive in a flock of 1,000 to easily 2,000 birds, and they were the only animals around the waterhole. But right now, Lillian, I have to say it's been busy the past few days, actually. I would say the past week or the past 10 days, because it is rapidly getting dry in the rest of the park. However, all of that being said, generally midday, because this is a very dry and humid area. So during midday, of course, it's the hottest time of day. Ach nee, Sisman. The zebra's just doing its business in the water. But that is when they all come to cool off. But again, the past few days has just been busy throughout, from the morning to the afternoon, with springboks, zebras, oryxes, wildebeest, impalas. And of course now we are slowly but surely getting spoiled with the elephants and the giraffes as well. And here and there we get some black rhino as well. So it depends. But when it is this dry, it literally can be any time of day. I have to say, in the past, what's it been, 4 months, 5 months that I've been doing this, I'm actually quite shocked that Saturday was the first time seeing an animal actually slip on the rocks and getting severely injured, which just shows you how resilient they are, but also how well adapted they are to this area. Can you imagine having to walk on these rocks? Okay, yes, the hoofed animals, or the ungulates as we call them, they probably have it a little bit easier because they don't feel the actual stone on the hoof. But that being said, they have a higher risk of slipping. There's something like a lion having softer feet. It mustn't be as comfortable, but perhaps it's a bit easier for them to grip. Oh, look at that foal. It's rather white in color. That one that is just on the other side of the waterhole now, just off center to the right. It's a fairly light zebra. Perhaps we'll have a black fluffy foal and a white fluffy foal. But this really never gets old. It's just so amazing to be able to watch all of these animals, to have them still interacting naturally as they would, doing their thing, coming to the water, going into the water, and it again just shows you how incredible animals are and how used and habituated they become to their various vicinities and areas wherever they find themselves. Because I have to say, when the animals come to the waterhole, there's a little bit of caution, but it's almost like they know, okay, well, we know by now there's no crocodiles here, so let's get in, boys or girls. But you must always be careful. Crocodiles can travel on land. Just bear with me, I just want to check the sky. Our Abdom storks are still around. If you look at the actual sky, you can see a faint flock of birds, or black movement. And again, it's incredible, you know, when you see that on safari and you were watching that from afar, you would initially think, oh, there's vultures circling, there must be something on the ground in that area. But this is what the storks do. They follow the water. They'll actually check the different areas, and if it's too busy at that area, like we've been seeing for the past few days, they will move on to the next one that is available. Ooh. It's a rather large dispute going on somewhere. Ooh, they are rowdy. Darcy Miller, good morning. Always so good to hear from you. You would like to know, do I think that stricter rules in the park might decrease poaching? You know, Darcy Miller, this is a question I ask myself every day. Because poaching is literally on my mind every single day. What can we do? How can we stop it? How can we even decrease it? It's difficult, specifically in your parks like, for instance, Etosha, which is pretty much the same as Kruger and a lot of other national parks that you'll find all over Africa. The problem you have with a national park is, yes, they are to an extent funded by the government. But, of course, you know, tourism plays a massive role in terms of financial boosting for that park, whether it's for anti-poaching, whether it's for maintenance in the actual park, etc. You get the gist of it. And the thing about that is, and I've noticed this with the greatest respect, I've noticed this specifically in Kruger, they really push it as far as they can in terms of visitors, whether it's daily visitors or, people that are staying in the actual park. And the problem you have is there's so many people in the park at once. How do you control it? If you look at Kruger specifically, Kruger is about 2 million acres. How are you going to control that? Because yes, they do give you rules and all of that, but I promise you, they do not search every vehicle. Now, anyone that knows how to, and this is going to sound horrible now, but it's the reality of things. Anyone that knows how to use a rifle, which would be a 375 or 458, whether you're qualified or not, you can disassemble and assemble that rifle in 5 minutes. And I say that because us as naturalists, that is a course we also, or an actual qualification we also go through, is advanced rifle handling. For you to be able to clean the rifle and all of that, you actually take apart the whole rifle, you clean it, and you assemble it again. And one of my colleagues and I, a couple of years ago, we were also cleaning the rifles. We didn't have guests at the lodge. And we actually challenged ourselves and said, let's see how quickly we can take this rifle apart and put it back. And I promise you, it took 5 minutes. Now, we are not all that advanced even. Someone that is highly advanced with a rifle would be able to do it quicker. And the problem I have with that is, if you go to a national park, let's take Kruger out of the equation. If you go to a national park anywhere in the world, for you to be able to, take that rifle apart, I don't know what the restrictions and the laws and all of that is in other parts of the world. But if you just disassemble that rifle, put it in a bag, put some sweeties and snacks and a sweater and a blankie all over that. And I can't believe I'm saying this. And you go through the gate. I promise you, they are not going to search every vehicle. So, but I'll delve more into that in just a little bit. I just want to see if these storks are going to come in for landing. It seems like they will. As you can see, the Abdom storks are still coming in for landing. I'm super excited about this. It'll be interesting to see how big this flock will be for today and how that will work in terms of the animal activity, because I've never had, you know, a day of both where it's been booming with animal activity and the storks here as well. Shame. That poor springbok. But we'll see how this plays out. But Darcy Miller, just to get back to your question on if stricter rules of hiring rangers and everything in parks might decrease poaching, it really is a difficult thing. As I was referring to now, you know, having rifles in vehicles, the thing is, at the end of the day, whether it's a private game reserve or a national park, vehicles have to be searched. But if you think about thousands of vehicles entering a park, a lot of people are going to say, no, but it's not sustainable. Then you're going to have queues at the gate, and then you're going to waste people's time. So again, it comes down to the human's selfishness and, you know, what is right for us and what is comfortable for us. But Darcy will chat a little bit more about this. For now, I'm going to send all of you beautiful people over to Karega.
Look at this little thing. It's a tiny baby giraffe. It's still got its umbilical cord attached. And there's another little calf that it's been hanging out with that also still has its umbilical cord attached, and it's been with a single cow. So I suspected that these may be twins, in which case it is really, really rare. I'll swing over and show you the other two in a moment, but I just want to think through something, because there's something called a calving pool with giraffes, and that's when a mother will leave her calf, or several mothers will leave several calves with one female. That's not something I've seen too much before, particularly with not with calves this young, but it could be what's happening here as well, because this calf has been staring off in that direction the entire time, possibly waiting for its mother, because the mother will leave the calves with that single cow, who's also a mother, while she goes off and forages and drinks. So it could be that this calf is waiting for its mother, instead of following the cow that is in charge of this little calving pool. Excuse me for one moment while I try and show you the other little one. Now you can actually see just under the belly there that the umbilical cord is still attached. And this here, I'm going to show you now, is its friend. The one that's actually following the cow around, unlike the first one that we looked at, who was not following the cow but instead was staring off in that direction. You can see that the umbilical cord is still attached as well. Now this little calf has been coming back to the other little calf quite often. So as much as I really do hope that they are twins, because that would be so rare and so cool if they were, because that's not something I've seen before with giraffes, I think based on the other calf's behavior, staring off like that, not moving, that it's waiting for its mum. And lo and behold, there are some cows coming through. about this wind. The calf will be very, very happy. I'm going to send you over to Okokoyo for now because this wind is a bit crazy.
Thank you, Trish. Try not to blow away. That wind sounds quite hectic. But look at this. All of the Abdom stalks are coming back, and it's interesting to see that the animal activity is now also decreasing. So is it sort of like a first come, first serve basis? And I'm really looking forward, to see when there's animals that actually do come to the waterhole again. Probably within the next hour or so, it should get busy once again with the heat and the humidity building. Hopefully all of these beautiful birds will take off once again, and they do it all at once. It's incredible. You almost want to flinch when they look like they are flying right towards us. It would be quite the thing to see in 3D. But all of these birds we are looking at right now, these are Abdom storks, and this is how you'll see them for the most part. Yes, you can see them in smaller groups, you can also even see them individually, but for the most part, specifically when they are seasonally migrating, this is what they will do. They form large flocks, and they just follow the rain and the water. So when it initially started raining here in Okokoyo, we saw them arriving for the first time. And they've held out for quite a bit. But again, as I say, they probably sort of analyze the situation. How many animals are at the waterhole? So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see if other animals do come back now, and if they sort of see, okay, well, no, there's this large black mass at the waterhole, let's probably go somewhere else. Woo! That truly is incredible. And as I said, this is what they do. They really are very similar to vultures when it comes to scouting the ground, scouting the area. They make use of thermals, so they can actually conserve their energy. And once they come down, that's when they only start flapping the wings just to break their speed. But for the most part, they are just soaring now. How incredible is this? And there's not one collision. Absolutely amazing. And surely they must communicate with each other, just like the red-billed quillias we saw so many times as well. There must be communication going on constantly. With the quillias, yes, you could sort of justify it and say, well, they were very loud, so surely they were talking about all of it. But the birds you are hearing right now, those are not the storks, those are crows. Every now and again we hear the Egyptian geese. So it really is, this is incredible. And the sky is just amazing. Tanya, good morning. You are saying so very beautiful. Is it not? And what an amazing day we've had with giraffes and elephants and secretary birds. And it just keeps getting better. It really takes my breath away. Like, I'm in awe right now. And yes, this is not my first time seeing it, and hopefully it's not my last. But it's amazing, and each day, it just goes to show, each day is different. Has got new opportunities, new sightings, new interactions. Because these are not a few birds, these are hundreds. It's also not a big bird. And a lot of people confuse them with the marabou storks, which is of course that beautiful bird. No, I'm kidding. They are not at all beautiful. But a marabou stork, often we see them, not so much on Wild Earth, but we do get a glimpse of them every now and again. And they are the birds that sort of go to carcasses, feast on carrion, which is rotten meat and dead materials and things like that. They are some of the recyclers of the bush. But these guys that we are looking at right now, these are insectivores. So much like your Hadida ibis, which is not one of my favorite birds, but and a lot of other birds that we see so frequently as well, these guys have these long beaks and they probe the soil for new insects and things like that. However, that being said, I'm not very hopeful for them right now, because we haven't had rain in quite some time, so I don't think there are a lot of insects around. But again, what do I know? Perhaps they know something else. But Darcy Miller, just to get back to your question once again, whilst we wait for the final individuals to come in for landing. So I was talking about, rifles and people having illegal weapons and stuff like that in their vehicles. It's difficult. I get it. It's difficult specifically at your national parks to actually be able to search every single vehicle. A lot of national parks in South Africa, you are not allowed to take alcohol in. And believe me, the 2 times that I've actually visited Kruger, I've seen some rowdy behavior from people that are busy, consuming alcohol whilst they are driving through the park. Which again, if you're on holiday, you do you, but at the end of the day, you are amongst wild animals. You are in their habitat, so we have to take that into consideration as well. But it really is a difficult thing. I remember the one day, at my previous reserve that I was guiding at, which is a private game reserve, but I came from leave and I went in at the gate, and the security guard and I actually, we chatted a little about it, and he asked me how leave was, and then he let me through the gate. And I just looked at him and I said, Jay, what are you doing? And he said, what do you mean? And I said, why aren't you searching my vehicle? And he said, because I know you. I said, I don't care who you know. You search every single vehicle. And I actually, with the biggest respect, I reported it to the head of anti-poaching, and I told him, listen, we really need to, even if it is a ranger or a guide or a head guide or a receptionist, we need to search every single vehicle. But it's difficult. But I think your biggest problem when it comes to, well, rhino poaching, elephant poaching, lion poaching, it happens when you least expect it. It happens where you least expect it. And it happens with who you least expect it. And that is why I was so furious that day when the security guard didn't search my vehicle after coming back from leave. Because, he just thought, okay, well, she's a good person, she's fine, she won't do anything like that. But at the end of the day, we've come to a point in the poaching reality where you have to suspect everyone. I remember the 2 times we did have incidents on that specific reserve, all of us got polygraphed, including the head of anti-poaching, including anti-poaching team, including all of the rangers and the guides and the receptionists and the lodge managers, because it really can be anyone. And you can never be too sure. And at the end of the day, that is the sad reality. A lot of the times it could be an inside job. But again, we have to take as much precaution as we can. And that's why I always say, when you see something, say something. If you know something's not right, whether you are in a private game reserve, in a national park. I actually read a post this morning on social media of one of the national parks in our country, and this woman was literally, it seemed like an essay, that she was venting about a ranger, and she said, like, why isn't he upholding, oh, we've got a rhino! That is not what she said, but that's what Lisa said. Speaking of rhinos, Darcy Miller, just for you. How incredible is that? He doesn't like the birds. But whilst we wait for the rhino, she was literally venting about a guide that had not followed the procedures and the policies about the national park. And she said, why is he so entitled? Why does he get to push animals, push people out of the way and everything? And I always like reading the comments on any post, and people were really having a go at her, like, oh, don't be such a sad Susie, or don't be a Karen, or a lot of people making these mean comments. And I thought, no, she's completely correct in what she was saying, because what had happened in that sighting did, first of all, it did not benefit the animal. In fact, it was a huge disrespect to the animal and the animal's space and habitat and everything. So we tend to think, oh, snitches get stitches and all of that. But if you see something, especially when it comes down to animals, and you know that is not right, please say something. And again, this is not just pertaining to Africa. Please don't think, okay, well, Lisa, we don't live in South Africa, so that is not our problem. Wherever you find yourself in the world, even if it's in a zoo, if you visit a zoo and you see something happening that's not correct, report it. And if it doesn't get escalated, report it elsewhere where it will get escalated and attended to. But anyway, let's enjoy the black rhino. Oh man, this is just what I was hoping for. Some animal action and then seeing the bird's reaction. But to be honest with you, I did not expect a black rhino. Harry, you are saying this is amazing. Is it not? Just look at this. I can't remember when last we saw a black rhino this time of the day. Of course it happens, but this again just goes to show that there's not a lot of water, well, really left in the rest of the park. I could be completely wrong. It could be that the animals really prefer this waterhole. But even here, the water level is rapidly dropping. So I suspect that all of the animals are really relying on this waterhole. And how incredible is that reflection? Oh man, what a sight to behold. I really cannot believe our luck today. 2 elephant bulls, all of the various animals, all of these Abdom storks, and now a black rhino. Oh, what a day to be alive and to be a wildlife enthusiast. And just to actually get back to rhino poaching, you can see what this rhino is doing now is he's more smelling and hearing as opposed to actually seeing. You can see he's almost got like little beady eyes. And that really is the case for most rhinos. For black rhino, for white rhinos, for the other rhinos as well. They don't have very good sight. Yes, you can see he's hearing the flapping of the wings. He probably smells them a little bit, but until he's right up to him, or up to them, he won't actually know that, oh wow, these are actually birds. And with your black rhino, your white rhino, I've had it so many times where you are in a sighting and eventually, you know, the rhino hears you, they smell you. Specifically with your bigger animals, hippos, rhinos, elephants, it's very important to just sort of constantly let them know you are still around. Not constantly have to talk in a sighting with them, but just every now and again, you know, still raise your voice. Let them know, hi, we're still here. But your black and your white rhino, it really is, it's sad. They become so used to you in a sighting, and until they come up to your vehicle, they sort of say, whoa, there's a massive thing here. And that is the problem with poaching as well. Is that rhino can smell something is not right. It can hear something, but it doesn't know where to look. And for the most times, by the time that they do, it's too late, unfortunately.
We are offering our explorers another extraordinary Wild Earth experience. Leopard explorers and above stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at Amakhala Game Reserve, picturesquely situated next to Addo Elephant Sanctuary Park. Enjoy an authentic bush lodge experience in the luxurious Woodbury tented camp and feel the heartbeat of Africa on exhilarating safari drives. Sign up to be an explorer today and you might soon be off to this nation.
And this is exactly what I was referring to. This rhino can smell people, of course, just to the back of us or just a little bit more over to the right. There's an actual viewing space for the people in camp that can watch the animals. So he definitely hears something. He smells something, but he's got no idea what it is. And that is one of your biggest challenges when it does come to poaching as well. Of course, not for the poachers, but for the actual animal. They've got an incredible sense of smell. They really can hear very, very well, but the eyes are not great, unfortunately. But as we are watching this beautiful black rhino, if you are struggling to see it, it is dead center. But of course, they camouflage brilliantly with the white rocks, which is Calcretia and Okokoyo. But what an incredible animal to be able to observe. And as we are observing it, there are people observing it at the actual camp as well, but there is also anti-poachers. So people that are part of, protecting these animals, making sure they are safe, making sure they are kept safe constantly. Those people are also having their eyes on them. Of course, we have no idea where they are. But they walk with the animals, they move with the animals in the parks. And you'll have that on private game reserves, you'll have that in national parks as well. I remember when I took guests on safari in both of the reserves that I've guided on, but specifically my previous one. We'd be on safari and you're busy tracking lions or something, and the next thing you just see these two gentlemen walking through the bush. Hi, good afternoon. And guests are always like, are you planning on feeding the lions or what is happening? Then you'd have to explain the whole, no, they are part of anti-poaching. They are making sure all of the fence lines are safe. There are no holes cut in. There are no extra tracks. They even have to wear specific boots and shoes in all of the different parks and reserves. They have different protocols, but just so that you can actually differentiate from your actual anti-poaching team as opposed to someone suspicious. And even us as rangers, when we were on safari, we would have to call the anti-poaching head and tell him, listen, we've got a helicopter overhead that is not flying in a specific direction, it's sort of hovering, or listen, there's a weird set of tracks here and it's not from a ranger. So we do what we can to keep these beauties safe. So there you could see the actual viewing area for guests. I just want to see what's happening here at the waterhole itself as well. But of course, for those of you that do not know, we are looking for some incredible footage that has been taken anywhere in the world of any animal. Whether it's recent or not, please do send those in for us. Remember, you might think, it's not so special, and someone else has never seen it before. So please do send in your videos, any content that you have that you think we might use. You could, of course, win prizes. You could get your name in the credits of Wild Earth. You could also earn some money. So definitely go check that out. You can go onto our website and just have a look-see to see what you need to do. But you can find that at Content Creator. Oh, this waterhole is booming now. I'm loving this. I really am so happy about this. We've got springbok, oryx, impala, Abdom stork, black rhino, zebras, wildebeest. This is amazing. Darcy Miller, you would like to know if black rhinos have better eyesight than the white rhinos. You see, this is actually, woo! Goodness, zebras, calm down. This is actually a very interesting question because there's been some different debates on this. Now, as I said, both of them have very poor eyesight. They've got brilliant hearing, brilliant smell, but in terms of eyes, they are not really well adapted. But the common opinion that goes around is that the black rhinos have a little worse eyesight. And again, this is from what I know and from what I've heard and read, is that the black rhinos have a little worse eyesight as opposed to the white rhino. And people are saying, over the years they have adapted and evolved in this way. Because black rhinos, if you look at a black rhino, they are browsers, which means they feed on leaves, which would generally mean you'll find them more in dense areas. Whereas a white rhino is a grazer and you'll find them in open grasslands, meaning that they have apparently adapted to see further, because they are more frequently found in open areas. But as I say, for me personally, from my personal experience, both of them have very poor eyesight. I've been in sightings with black rhinos and white rhinos where they literally, until they almost get to your vehicle, they sort of realize, whew, I've been smelling you all along, I've heard you all along, but now I only see you. And that really is the difficult thing, specifically with rhinos as well. When it is a windy day, when it's overcast, they don't move around as much. And this goes for your black and white rhino. Again, personal experience, this is what I found in my guiding career and going on safaris. When it's that sort of weather, they tend to lie down. And that is also when your poachers will take advantage, because their scent could get disguised. Remember, bad guys in anything in life, not just poachers, but if you look at bank robbers and all of the sneaky people in life, they are not stupid. So all of those people know how to strategize. Your people that are poaching rhinos actively know how to track those animals. They know what it means to be upwind or downwind of an animal. They know the different advantages and disadvantages that could have. And unfortunately, as I say, that rhino, especially when it's windy, is not going to smell you. If you are in the right position, of course. It might hear you every now and again, but it's not going to see you until that bullet or the dart is in that animal and it's too late. But it's super busy today. I'm loving this. Really, really love this. And you never know, with all of the activity from the mammals increasing here at the waterhole, you never know. Maybe one of these days we could also have some predator activity. This really is making me so happy. All of the birds, all of the zebras, the springbok, the oryxes, the rhino we just had, the elephants we've had this morning already. And if you've just joined us and you have no idea what all of these birds are at the Okukuyo waterhole, all of these are the Abdom storks. We've seen them a few times before here at the waterhole. But for me personally, I never thought we would see this many water animals at the waterhole at the same time. And you can see there's been some paths cleared by the animals. And again, this goes to show that animals are just incredible when it comes to coexisting peacefully, giving each other space, just like we saw some of the other mammals giving the 2 elephant bulls space this morning as well. That black rhino that we just had was a bit more arrogant, if you will. But again, he doesn't really know what he's chasing away. He's just sort of making a way for himself, coming to the water, and then leaving peacefully. But I think let's just take a moment of silence and just appreciate this. Crystal, so good to hear from you. You are saying wondrous views at Okukuyo in recent days. Hasn't it been amazing? Oh, it really just, it makes my heart so happy just to see all of these animals. But as I say, even though this has been splendid for us, it definitely indicates that the rest of the park is getting a little bit drier. So just for the animals, I really do hope we get some rainfall again soon, just so that they can also have some extra water holes that are filled up, some extra food. Luckily at Okukuyo we are able to fill the water hole. I don't mean Wild Earth, I mean the conservation management of the Etosha National Park. But before the rain comes, I'm not going to complain. This has been incredible. And Crystal, if you've missed it, this morning at Okukuyo we've already had 2 elephant bulls. We just had a black rhino that came to the water. We've had zebras, of course, impala, springbok, oryxes, wildebeests, and now the Abdom storks also. You can sort of see the other animals are just holding off. But again, that is just for what we've seen at Okukuyo. Tess in Amakala has had a monitor lizard. She's had secretary birds hunting. Trishala has had giraffes, including baby giraffes. So it really has been, it's been a phenomenal day all over. And we are just so happy to have been spending all of this. Please do keep those questions and comments coming. even if you have some suggestions, if you would like me to move the damn camera over to the left or to the right, to the left, or just in general, if you have some questions about the animals or the locations. Right now, I'm just so blown away. It's very overwhelming, this scene right now. I'm just so grateful to be a part of this. Bundu Bash, good morning. It's really, as I say, I'm overwhelmed. Like, I'm literally just taking a moment to take all of this in, because it has been so busy here the whole of today, and it has just been just really incredible. And as I said, the first time we initially saw the Abdom storks, a couple of weeks ago, when they were arriving in the quiet times here at the waterhole, I actually mentioned that I wonder how it will work if we see all of the animals and all of the Abdom storks, if that is a possibility. And we have seen now, and are of course seeing now, that of course it's possible. Animals know how to coexist. Oh, just look at the baby zebras. And if you missed it, I did see my BFF on Saturday. No, not my best friend. Our black fluffy foal that we have here in Okukweyo. It has grown immensely, but it is still as dark in coloration and still as fluffy. So he too is still alive and well. And just incredible how these animals find different entrances. I assume that the zebras at the back of the waterhole now knows, okay, well, let those zebras go first and then we'll take our chance or our turn. Oh, it's amazing. It really is amazing. And the fact that we get to be a part of all of this. And also, if you are not sure what we are hearing, those are of course the zebras that are vocalizing. There's a lot of fighting going on right now between stallions to establish dominance for the harems, and some mares too that get a little bit iffy with one another for hierarchy in the harem. But if you missed it on Saturday, I'm glad you did, because it was quite horrendous, but we saw a zebra stallion breaking its leg. which I know is not a wonderful thing to discuss, but at the end of the day, we have to discuss and face all of the reality that we get to witness in the wild, whether it's here at Okokoyo or Amakala or Juma or Madikwe, wherever we find ourselves. But luckily he seemed to have been okay. He recovered after an hour or so and was able to move, so hopefully he will heal properly from his injury and he will be able to thrive and carry on and hopefully take on a harem of his own. Bundubash, you are saying this is what you imagine the Garden of Eden must have looked like. Amen. No, I definitely agree with you on that one. It is just, I know I've been saying this the whole morning, but I'm blown away. And again, I'm not just, for those of you that spend a lot of time with us on Escape to Nature, you'll know that it really isn't difficult to impress me when it comes to sightings and animals and the amount of animals we have to have. But it really has been incredible to see the transformation of not just Okokoyo itself and this specific area, but also how it's changed all of the animal patterns, the activity, the time of day we see the animals. I mean, for me, I can't remember when last we saw a black rhino midday at Okokoyo, and literally about half an hour ago we just had a black rhino coming up to the water, having a quick dip, getting a sip and moving on. But all of that being said, let me know what this makes you feel, or what this makes you think of. It doesn't just have to be one word. How do you feel right now? For me, I feel, if I could use 3 words, I would say blessed, privileged, and absolutely content. Absolutely content is, of course, 2 words. But I felt that definitely just needed some emphasis. But let me know how all of this is making you feel. Is it making you feel calm? Are you grateful? Are you excited? Oh my goodness, it looks like home affairs in South Africa over here. There's no proper queues, people are just all around, it's very busy. Oof. It really is piling up now, just because of the Abdom stalks that have now come and also taken in a place at the waterhole. Gee, that line is really long.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
I can actually just picture my mother right now. She'll probably sit here and think, shut up. She really has a different appreciation for nature. She loves animals, don't get me wrong. She loves nature and everything. But I can just imagine she would feel a little bit overwhelmed. You know, my mom's one of those people. She will rather just sit on the porch, read a book, and every now and again when a herd of elephants comes through, and just drink a little bit of water, and a black rhino comes with a sunset. You know, that's the sort of thing she does. Even when she goes to the spa, she doesn't want them playing music or anything. She just wants her thoughts to herself. So I think my mother's 3 words for this would be, oh, shut up. But let me know what your 3 words are right now. How do you feel? What are you thinking? And again, it doesn't just have to be 3 words. It can be as many as you want. This really is incredible and a definite first for myself, seeing so many animals and so many Abdom storks all at once. Crystal, you are saying this makes you feel gratefully at peace. Oh, that's beautiful. Wow, that's like very descriptive. That actually spoke to my soul. Gratefully at peace. And I definitely relate to that. I mean, this morning it wasn't even as busy yet. This morning, just when the 2 elephant bulls were arriving, I said, I can die happy right now. But I definitely agree with you. Michelle, you are saying your 3 words are your happy place. Animals are your heart and soul. And I definitely, Michelle, you know I'm with you on that one. They really are just so amazing. And they never cease to amaze us and surprise us. For me personally, when I came into work today, I had no expectation of this. That much I can promise you. I thought, hopefully we'll see some elephants, but you know, if we don't, I'm getting so used to it by now. And then literally just as we started Escape to Nature, we had 2 elephant bulls coming. We of course now have all of the zebras, Abdom storks, springbok, impalas, wildebeest, oryxes. Oh, it's just amazing. We are so blessed. No, yes, I think my mother would have her earphones in and listen to Imagine Dragons or whatever and just watch this, because I think these zebras would become a bit much for her. But I'm just loving this. And again, as I say, animals go through seasons, just like nature goes through seasons of rain and spring and summer and all of that. So do the animals along with that. Remember, weather influences everything, specifically when it comes to animals. And it's not always going to be the rule of thumb, okay, well, this is the weather, this is what they're going to do. Not at all. But like we are seeing right now, with the animals that are coming to the water hole, there's a lot of dynamics going on right now, but specifically with the zebras. Right now it's rutting season for them, so they are establishing the dominance between stallions, trying to establish harems, impressing the females and all of that, so that they can too take on their own group of females. At Okokweyo, we'll probably start seeing that between the impalas within, I would say, the next 2 months. In Djuma, we have slowly started seeing it, but of course Okokweyo is a little bit behind in terms of rainfall and the summer season. Not behind, but has a different time, just because they are a little bit north. But it's incredible, it's one of these days we're not going to be hearing all of this anymore. And then once again, I say this specifically for myself, but then I will most probably cry again, because where are the zebras that were constantly calling and crying, and I almost want to say barking. It sounds like a dog at sometimes. So when we do get to see these different interactions, hear these different calls, hear the different seasonal migrators when it comes to birds, we really have to take all of it in, soak it all up, because we never know when the next time is going to be. Brandslang, that's an interesting name. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Goodness, I fell over my own tongue there. Thank you for that one. I'm officially embarrassed. It really is amazing. I love your word. I love all of your words for this. We really are all so different. But as I say so often, we have this one thing that connects us all, and that is our love and our passion and compassion for wildlife. So definitely, please do keep your descriptions and your emotions and your words and everything. Keep those coming. I love hearing how this makes you feel and what you think when you are looking at all of this. Honestly, when I specifically look at the zebras, I think of the home affairs in South Africa, because it really can be rather disorganized at times, or even the licensing department, with the greatest respect, but that is the reality we have in our country. But you're always in a line, and then you're constantly over-analyzing, like, am I in the right line? Is this a line? Are we in a line? Are we next? Are they next? What's happening right now? Some of these zebras, some of them seem sure of their case, like, okay, now it's our time. We got our schedule this morning, and this is our time to shine. But some of the others are like, and now? And now? How about now? Can we go now? Oh, and now? You know, listening to all of these zebras that are constantly vocalizing. It might... Shame, those poor Egyptian geese are like, okay, we have nowhere to go. We will just stay in the middle of nowhere, in the water. That's fine. Shame, that must be so overwhelming. But luckily the goslings have grown quite a bit, so they should be able to fend for themselves if they need to. But my previous lodge, we had quite a lengthy period. I think it was a good 2 or 3 months where there was a specific pride of lions, the Bosplaas pride. They kept hanging out in and around our lodge and at the back of the lodge and everything. And I remember as well, you know, just like with the zebras, at night they would constantly be roaring, and you'd wake up and, you know, eventually get ready for work, get to the lodge, and then your colleagues would ask, how are you? How are you feeling? Oh, I didn't sleep at all. The lions kept me up all night. And when I think about that now, I'm like, oh, Lisa, you are such a spoiled brat. Like, honestly, who says that? And I really feel the same now with the zebras. I really am just taking it all in because it's been amazing. And this has by far become one of my favorite days on the dam cams. I don't know about all of you, but for me personally, definitely very memorable. Oh, bless you. I don't know who that was, but one of the visitors just sneezed, unless it was a zebra or stork, which I highly doubt. So I have to say, for me personally, in terms of the Abdom storks, this is definitely the most activity I've seen from them. The few times we've seen them, for me, I'm not referring to Alex now, but the few times now that I've had them on this dam cam, they really just stood around and preened themselves and cleaned themselves. But right now you can see there's actual activity of probing the soil, looking for insects, which again begs the question, why? Because you would think as soon as it's rained, as we know, then all of the butterflies and insects and creepy crawlies come out. But what possible goodness could there be in the soil for them right now? Perhaps it's different here. Perhaps there's some things that they know that we don't. And the ones in the tree, I mean, they've been sitting there for quite some time now. Are they not hungry? Are they not hot? How are they feeling? How did they come to that conclusion or that decision? All right. Group A, you will be stationed on the leadwood tree that is on the left side of the waterhole. Group B to Z, it seems. No, yeah. You will be in and around the waterhole. Some of you can pretend to be feeding. Some of you can make way when the animals come through. Or do they just know? This is what we're doing today. Sally, you are saying maybe they do a random draw in the morning. But Sally, how does that work then? Because let's say you've got, let's be silly now and say there's just 1,000 storks here, which I can promise you there's more than that. Is there an ambassador for Group A and Group B and Group C? And how does it work? Because can you imagine all of those storks had to actually be part of the draw? That would take quite some time. Mel is saying maybe they break it up according to age or according to gender. I don't know. You know, that is the beauty, but also for me personally, the horrible thing about everything that we are looking at right now. Zebras, storks, springbok, all of this that is unraveling right in front of our eyes. We can speculate as much as we want. We can interpret as much as we want. But we will never truly fathom why everything is happening out here the way that it is. Which is like life. The beauty and the horrible thing about it, I guess. You never know what's going to happen. Just bear with me. I just want to see. Seems like there's a sort of sand swirl going through. It's difficult to see, but it's going from the right to the left. I don't know if I'm seeing things though. That's also possible. But I think let's just take a minute or two and just take all of this in. Every single species that is coming to the waterhole, that is leaving, that is sort of negotiating with the storks. Oof, but it is not calming down here at Koyo. But I will definitely keep my eyes peeled, see who else comes to the waterhole. I think for now, let's try and check in with our hippos at Djuma. Oh, they are still around. And they are finally showing a little bit more of themselves than they were earlier this morning. And it's wonderful to still be hearing the kingfishers. However, I'm sure you'll agree with me, it's definitely decreased a little bit in terms of their calling activity. We do know that they are migratory birds, so they will move on again one of these days. But I think they are just taking advantage of the last bit of rain we are receiving in the Sabi Sands. Glenda, you are saying the hippos are in their happy place. Yes, they really are. And it's tricky to see now, but there are actually 4 of them. So we've got 2 big ones and then, right on cue. And then we've got 2 calves as well. Now, to my understanding, one of these hippos, I believe the one on the right, is Dewey, which of course is one of our territorial males in Sabi Sands, specifically in Djuma. And then the other one is a cow, and I'm not sure what the dynamic is. It's definitely 2 calves. They are literally the same size. So I'm not sure if both of them belong to her, or if she's now decided to adopt one, or if it's just been an extended play date, because it's been quite a few days now that they have been hanging out together. So it's been very interesting watching the dynamic. But Dewey is also super tolerant of them. He doesn't take chances or anything, which is not always the case, specifically with bulls that are not the fathers of the calves. They can be rather aggressive, but even, if it is their own offspring, I've seen some vicious things happening, not just for myself in real life, but also on footage, where they've taken in several parks and reserves. But this is really just amazing, seeing them chilling. I think it's a little bit too hot, even though there's a slight breeze. It's too hot for them to come out and graze, which they do sometimes during the day, but for the most part, generally, as it cools down in the afternoon, that is when they'll come out of the water, move around, mark their territory, graze a little bit, mate if it needs be. But hippos really do most of everything in the water. They defecate in the water, they mate in the water, they sleep in the water. Again, those things could also be done on land, but remember, a hippo feels safe in the water. Not just in terms of defending themselves, but also in terms of their health. For their skins, it is very crucial to constantly have a source of water in or around them, or at least close by. I know a couple of years ago in Kruger National Park, we lost a lot of hippos because there was a severe drought. The hippos, tried moving from one waterhole to another. And then upon arriving at that waterhole, that one too was dry, and it just escalated and continued like that. And a lot of hippos actually unfortunately died. I actually just want to take a quick scan around. because I saw a Nunu waterbuck earlier on, a baby waterbuck, and I guess I had a very brief glimpse of it. But if I had to guesstimate the age, I would say probably like 3 days. 3 days to a week at most. However, she did take it into the drainage line. Baby was still completely alone with mommy. They were on the dam wall. And it was very, very fluffy and tiny. But I think she's probably going to keep it in the drainage line, just to make sure the little one is out of harm's way. However, that being said, you never know what lurks about in a drainage line. Your leopards love those type of areas. So I just want to scan around. You never know, we could be lucky. However, as I said, it was still very young, very tiny. So she'll probably just keep it in the shade for as long as she can. Keep it sheltered and camouflaged.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
Sarah, you are asking if I think baby hippos and baby elephants will ever play. Oh, Farah, my apologies. How adorable would that not be? And again, you know, we must never put animals in a box because we've never seen anything. I personally have never seen that. I would love to see, I would actually pay to see that, if I'm being completely honest with you. I don't think so, just purely because of the feistiness of a baby elephant. You know, they sort of have this mindset of, my mom's bigger than yours, so she will slap you silly if she needs to. And baby hippos, for me personally, from what I've seen, are very, they sort of stick to mom as much as they can, where baby elephants will sort of venture off a little bit and, as I say, mock charge other animals and attack other animals. But you never know. It could happen. Just like elephants and hippos coexisting, I've had many sightings where there's hippos in a waterhole. Yes, we see you, little one. And there are also elephants coming to that waterhole to swim. And they perfectly coexist. They don't chat to each other and, sort of play or interact or anything like that. But they both understand, all right, we'll share this waterhole. You must be thirsty. You must be hot. I'll just stay out of your way. But how adorable would that be? A baby elephant and a baby hippo being friends in the wild. Oh, man. But as I say, after my encounter on Saturday with that zebra that broke its leg and the other zebras just really comforting it and everything, my mind is even more open than ever to what animals think and feel and experience and really are capable of. I'll just quickly give you a view of the cow that is on the left. So she's actually got a calf right next to her. You can see the smaller eyes and the smaller nostrils. And that's what's sort of making me wonder about this dynamic, because there's constantly one calf with her. And then the other one, there we are. The other one sort of does its own thing. And as I say, this calf seems very small. But the other day we saw them on land. They came out of the waterhole and they grazed, and you could actually see the size of the calves. So I'm not too sure what's happening, but I'll try to figure it out. But while I do that, and while I have my eyes on the Ukukuyo Dam cam, I will keep you posted. And for now, send you over to Tess, who's in Amakala.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm quite happy that there's so many hippos in Gari Dam all of a sudden at Djuma. That's really, really cool. I guess the rains are bringing everything. On this side, the rains have brought a lot too, including very dense vegetation, very green vegetation, and some very well-hidden lions. So we actually had a view of the lioness that has the 4 cubs this morning. The cubs hid from us, but unfortunately, where we were, they were so tucked away on the side of a mountain that we couldn't even get any signal. But at least we glimpsed them, and then we heard that there were rumors of the other 2 lions, the big male and the other female, being up on this side of the property. So we thought, they've ventured quite far, let's do the same. Let's see if we can come and find them. We came all the way this way. We've been looking out over the viewpoint and trying to scan for them. So they are here, but we just can't see them. So they've done a great job of winning hide and seek, hands down. They are somewhere to the right of us in this valley. We tried so hard. Oh my goodness, did we try. But we know they're here, we just cannot see them. And the reason we also know they're here is because the ecology team tracks the lions. They've got, that lioness has got a collar on, and I believe the male does as well. We just can't see it, it's under his mane. And they've got the signal here, but there's absolutely no view of them at all. So, there are lions here. Just don't know where. We're doing a great job this morning. Fantastic. But I feel like the secretary birds and the monitor lizard made up for it. We started off really well and then we kind of faded really fast. But we're hoping that they do decide to come out at some point. We're actually not far from where the cheetahs were seen this morning as well. But we also can't see any cheetahs. It's a bit concerning that they're so close together that there's 5 cats around and we can't see any of them. Oh, goodness gracious. I suppose the joys of all the sweet thorn and the thickets in this kind of vegetation is you could have literally a lion under your nose and you might not know it. Interesting, we've figured out why the lions have come here. So while we were looking for them, we went to the last known spot where they were seen. It was actually at a perfect T-junction in the road, so quite stunning. And on our way there, about 50 meters away from that junction, we smelled something really horrific, and I thought maybe I'd driven through some lion scat. Unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, because it would have taken a week to get that smell off the tires, but fortunately for us, no lion scat. Unfortunately for poor gemsbuck, there seems to be a dead gemsbuck around. Now, also very deep in the thickets. In fact, it took us 15 minutes of trying to point our noses towards the smell for Morgan to spot part of the rib cage under a thicket. That's why the lions have come down. They didn't kill it, but they obviously smelt it, and so they came to this area. Yeah, brown hyenas may have played a part in that. They were definitely around there because we found scat. So we know that the gemsbuck was scavenged. It is at least a few days old, though. It's at that very ripe stage where you can smell it from a mile off. And again, buried so deep we could barely see it. So that would definitely have piqued the lion's curiosity and sent them running this way. But I think it died of natural causes. Momo, you're putting your foot in this one a little bit, I think. No, I did not ever go back and climb into the rib cage of the giraffe carcass, but thank you for the reminder. You made Morgan's day. We are not doing that this afternoon, Morgan. It's not happening. Also, the skin on that giraffe is so solid, like a piece of wood. I don't think I'd actually be able to pick it up enough for me to crawl in there. So I think we're gonna... No, we're not gonna do that. I'll gladly go back and show you, but I'm not gonna climb into it, that's for sure. Nope. I'm not gonna say it, actually. Thank you, Momo. No, I'm definitely not going to be climbing into any carcasses, and definitely, well, I suppose I wouldn't mind going back to the gemsbuck carcass, but it is quite smelly. Oh, Samantha, there are some pretty interesting insects around. The challenging part is they move pretty quickly and the vegetation is very dense. So we see quite a few butterflies, especially things like citrus swallowtails, that beautiful black butterfly with the bright yellow spots. Very distinctive looking wing as well. At the bottom of the wing, it's kind of tapered downwards like a teardrop. So a very beautiful butterfly. We see quite a few of those. We see quite a few locusts and then a lot of crickets. I had a cricket... Morgan found it very entertaining. I had a cricket stuck in my bedroom somewhere the other day, and I'm not kidding when I say I could not walk into that bedroom without my ears physically ringing. So I unpacked until I found it and removed it and let it go outside because they are so loud here. It literally vibrates in your eardrum. It feels like there's a beatbox in your head. So lots and lots of crickets. Lots of little flies. I mean, at the gemsbuck carcass, there are a lot of those blue metallic flies that we call brommer flies in South Africa because they brom. That's the sound they make whenever they hover over a carcass. And they are actually the first fly species to arrive at a carcass. There's very bright blue, gigantic metallic flies that you don't want anywhere near you because you know where they've been. But there really are a lot of insects, a lot of beetles as well. But the vegetation is so thick that we actually struggle to get them sitting still for long enough where we can actually see them to show you. Also quite a few spiders, although probably the only spider we've had a clear view of in the last 3 weeks was Lenny, that was living on our door. The big huntsman spider. The rest of them are a bit small, but we see their webs. I haven't seen Any scorpions? Yeah. I suppose, though, for the last week it has been solidly raining, so we're going to have a boom of insects now, but it's been quite tough to see them. And in the wind that we're having today, it's a very cold wind, but a very strong wind. It's just blowing everything around. We can hear cicadas on hot days. Those are cool. But I've never ever managed to show you a cicada because you hear them, and then as soon as you stop and try and find them, they stop calling, and they camouflage so well against the bark of trees that you can't see them unless they move. So you hear them all the time, but can't ever actually spot exactly where they are in a tree. Oh, horseflies too. I've been bitten by a couple of horseflies. Lots of ticks. Lots and lots of ticks here. And then a lot of wasps as well. Gall wasps and various other species of wasp that also tend to be quite attracted to us, and we tend to freak out. So you will hear there is another vehicle coming around. I'm sure they're going to try their luck with the lions. So it is one of those days where the predators seem to be evading us. I know people have been looking for the cheetahs again for the last couple of hours too. And they have all but disappeared as well. So it has been quite an interesting morning. Quite an interesting one. For now, though, we're kind of just hoping we're about to notice some movement, or like maybe, hear a lion moving somewhere. Don't know if we'll get it right, though. I suppose it is nice having the added advantage of knowing that the lions are around. But it does show us how easily animals can hide from us if they want to. I'm sure you can hear that fly. That was very loud right in my face. I can see why lions find it quite hard to nap when there's a fly in your face. Very frustrating sound. It's like a mosquito next to your ear. You can hear it, but you can never find it. I think maybe the winds are so strong. I mean, we're pretty far from the basin. We're almost on the southern boundary. I think the wind has been so strong it blew the scent of their gemsbok enough that the lions, with their very sensitive sense of smell, could pick that up and followed their noses straight to it. I don't think they'd eat on it though. It's far too rotten at this point. But worth investigating if you're a predator. The scenery certainly never gets old here at Amakhala. No matter how many times you sit in the same spot, you fall in love with it. But if you are just joining us, good morning, welcome. Welcome to Escape to Nature. Thank you for joining us. My name is Tess. I'm down at Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape, taking you out on an adventure. Behind the camera is Morgan. We've had a very good morning. Not very successful at the moment, other than beautiful scenery. But we started off with a fantastic view of a monitor lizard sunning itself for ages and ages, a really big one. And then we even got lucky with a pair of secretary birds looking for some breakfast. But it's been great across the board. Some elephants at Okukuyo with Lisa, some hippos at Djuma. A whole lot of different things have been out and about this morning. So we've had a fantastic time. But if you are just joining us and you have any questions for us, anything you'd like us to look for or chat about, please do let us know. We can't wait to hear from you. It is, after all, your escape into nature. So we would love to hear what you would like. Now, it is pretty cold and windy in Amakhala, so we have been struggling a bit with that this morning. It seems to be blowing everything away from us. We know that there are lions very close by, down to the right, in this valley somewhere, but we cannot for the life of us actually see them. For the second time this morning, the lions are hiding from us. So I think our plan is, once we leave this viewpoint, if we have given up on the patience pants of the lions, will maybe be to try and find the cheetah as a very solid next move. The 3 young males. We weren't really sure why 2 of the lions decided to split from the pride until we found that dead gemsbok, which we didn't show you, but I don't think you would have wanted to see it anyway. Not that we could see it from the road, but that would definitely explain it. Investigating a smell is well worth the lion's time, but unfortunately for them, the carcass is a bit far gone. It's mostly been eaten by maggots and carrion beetles. Lots of flies around. And there's not really any meat left. And of course there would have been other scavengers too, so black-backed jackals and brown hyenas, things like that. So they're going to have to start working all the way back towards the basin again, which is over those mountains in the background. Quite a far way to go. But I'm hoping this means that maybe the rest of the pride will start adventuring. The little cubs, which we weren't lucky enough to glimpse this morning, they're old enough now that they should be starting to adventure with their mom throughout the territory. And I'm really hoping they decide to come back this way. Maybe just to a slightly more open area where we can see them, but this part of the reserve is beautiful. And there's a lot of game here for them as well. There's zebras and giraffes, buffaloes, red hartebeest, black wildebeest, impala, springbok, eland, gemsbok. Possibilities are endless. There's even ostriches if they feel like going a bit overboard with something different. If the cheetahs are chasing everything around, then it's definitely possible the lions would be too. But at least what we are hoping for is, because it is nice and cool, there's a lot of cloud cover building up, so we've still got jackets on. With this wind and that cool weather, that maybe the lions might be a bit more active than their total 20-hour nap today. Maybe they'll take it down a notch to 18 or 17 or, oh, dare we say it's 16. Maybe they'll actually move around a bit more. Maybe especially a bit later if they decide to go and get some water. There are a couple of very nice little pan systems down in these valleys, and I'm sure that that would be appetizing. Oh, Alana, coffee, daydreaming, it sounds perfect. Great place for an early morning stop. I completely agree. This is such a good coffee spot. There is in fact a dedicated coffee spot right here. There is indeed one right here. So it's a beautiful view. I don't think this is my favorite view on Amakhala, but I mean there's not a single one that I don't like. So it is beautiful. But I do think that there are some spots that have something extra special about them. And some of those overlook the basin, that big open area at the foot of all the mountains in the distance. There's one that overlooks the Grand Canyon, a massive eroded section that I think is most likely my favorite erosion I've ever seen in my life. Right here in Amakhala. Absolutely incredible. Elephants can be down in that eroded section and you don't even see them. It's so deep. It's crazy beautiful. Jenny, that is so true. There are so many options and we are 100% spoiled for choice here. But even if we want to look at, diversity of wildlife, we're very spoiled for choice here. Every different area has slightly different compositions, I suppose, of animals. If we want to look for the cheetahs, we normally know, okay, let's go to that particular area. If we want to look for the lions, we normally go to the basin, although today apparently that didn't work. Even when we came to the area where they are, we can't find them. But I suppose we did at least glimpse the lioness down in the basin, in between her hiding very, very appropriately up on a very rocky slope. If we want to see giraffes, we normally come to this spot here because we can always see them out over the valley at some point. And we actually saw some earlier, but they disappeared. But we saw them, so it kind of counts. Very spoiled. But just in the last few days since the rain has let up, it's amazing how green everything has gotten. It was already green before I got here, so I couldn't believe we were still in a drought. Your mind fights with the idea that there is no water, but somehow it's so green. It doesn't make sense. But after having experienced the rain here, it definitely does make sense. It's enough rain to keep the plants green, but not enough to actually help them grow any bigger, and definitely not enough to fill any of the water holes. It literally just keeps them looking very alive. But after an intense amount of rain for the last week, everything is extra emerald green. It's just stunning. So I imagine now we're just waiting for these massive blooms of growth. Flowers, trees, new little plants growing. It's going to be amazing. Right, apparently these lions don't want to be found, so I think we're going to move on and see if we can find those cheetahs for you. But in the meantime, we'll send you back over to Lisa, who is having a bit of a party at Okukuyo.
Thank you, Tess. Good luck with your finds, whether it's the cheetahs or the lions. We hope you find them. But always just amazing to watch some scenery, even if it's just a good old landscape, or in our case, Abdom storks, springbok, impalas, zebras, oryxes, wildebeest. And of course, earlier on we did have elephants, we did have a black rhino, so it really has been such a phenomenal day. And I am so happy. You can see the Abdom stalks are slowly spreading out. Just sort of seeing what they can find, what they can probe from the soil. And of course, all of them just peacefully coexisting. All of the general game, all of the birds. Really just... And I encourage you, if you are not too familiar with what an Abdom stalk looks like, please do go research them. It's a little bit tricky now to show you with so many around. But they are rather nice looking birds. I mean, it's not as impressive as a saddle-billed stalk, but it's also not as horrendous as a marabou stalk. So definitely very beautiful birds to be looking at. And so they should be. If you go through all of that preening and cleaning, you too will look not too shabby. Jake, good morning. Good morning? No, good afternoon. We are in the PM already. You would like to know how big are the chicks when they hatch. So Jake, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I personally do not have experience with the Abdom stalk. Seeing them for the first time in my life was actually virtually here at Okukuyo. And I'm not too familiar with them. However, I can of course reference my bird app and tell you what that tells us. But here it says their breeding is extra limited, which means, you know, they really are not that picky on how they breed and all of that. As you can see right now, there is so much potential. This is like one massive dating site happening right in front of our eyes. But in terms of the actual eggs, Jake, let me just see if I can get us a picture here on my app. Oh, they really are pretty birds. I enjoy them. Oh my goodness, the app does not have the eggs. That is interesting, and it also does not reference to the eggs, which generally our wonderful bird app does. But Jake, I will definitely get back to you on this. It seems there's not a lot of data collected on the eggs and the actual chicks that hatch. However, what I can tell you is that they will most probably have precocial chicks, and which refers to, Egyptian geese and lapwings and some other birds too, that the chicks are not too helpful. But Jake, I will do some research for you and get back to you on that. That is a very interesting question. And you see, this is the beauty about what we do. Not only are we able to provide you guys with information, but you are also able to open our minds and our brains a little bit and make us think of the things that we are not so used to thinking of. Eric, you would like to know, what do we refer to as the sound that the zebras make? In Afrikaans it's called rinnik. Why is the word evading me right now? You see, my brain is not working today. Let me just see if I can quickly look that up for us. In Afrikaans we call it rinnik, which is the same for a horse. Yes, Mel, you are on it today. It is called a bray. So much like a donkey, we also refer to it as a bray. And that is that low growling sound, or as Jared in FC would like to call it, the quack 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 quack, that we are hearing right now. Jared, that sounds like a bird, but that's fine. But that is all of this vocalization that we can hear right now. Those are the zebras, mostly the stallions that are fighting, but it could happen amongst the mares as well. They too have some dominance and hierarchy to establish within their harems that they are already in. So they can be rather feisty with one another. They bite each other, they kick each other. On Saturday, I've told you about this earlier, but if you are perhaps just joining us, on Saturday, sadly, we did witness a zebra breaking its leg. And that was whilst they were drinking water. Himself and another stallion got into it, and they sort of wanted to rush out of the water. And from what I could see, the one stallion actually slipped and immediately broke one part of its right leg. So, woo! Why now? Now that we are talking about aggression and everything, now these two Springbok feel the need to, show that they are also very, very aggressive and very big and very impressive. You can see just here at the bottom right of your screen, there are two Springboks sparring.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
And just as a kind reminder, I'm sure many of you know, but for those of you that don't, as we are watching this, all of this is happening right now in Namibia and all of our other locations as well, as we are watching the beautiful animals. All of this is happening live. And of course, we are technically on safari, so of course we are interactive. And if you are watching this on our app or on our website, you can of course register to ask your questions or give your comments. Let me know what you would like to see. Or of course, whatever you would like to chat about. I would love to hear from all of you. Chloe, you are saying you will never get tired of these sounds that the zebras are making. I know I was actually saying earlier on, you know, if my mom was to watch this for quite some time, she would eventually probably just put in her earphones and just watch the animals, because eventually I think she would become a bit overwhelmed with the zebras. But luckily we are all different, and I too can never get tired of it, Chloe. As I say, you know, we really have to embrace and soak up everything that we see in the moment, because we never know when it's going to become quiet again, when the animals are not going to come past again. Specifically now for the zebras, this is rutting season for them. So they are not going to continue doing this the rest of the year. This is just the time where it's an establishment of dominance, establishing harems. And so that is why we are constantly hearing this now. If you were with us 2 months back, you would definitely agree that this was not the scenery that we constantly had. And these were not at all the constant noises and sounds that we had in the background. So that is why I've learned to just absolutely appreciate anything and everything. Whether we are having a less action-filled day or a busier day, it really doesn't matter. We really have to appreciate absolutely everything and anything when we do get to see and hear it. Riley, good afternoon. So good to hear from you. You are saying the bray sounds that the babies make their first time must be so cute. It really is, and I wish I could actually show you. You know, it's very, very rarely that you get to see a fresh zebra, specifically for us at the waterholes, at Djuma and at Ukukuyo. But you never know, Riley. Hopefully, maybe one day, I can be fortunate enough to share that with all of you, and we can have a listen to that together. I'm not even remotely going to try and imitate it, because I wouldn't even know. My brain and my mouth would not know how to to communicate on getting that together. But they really are adorable. I've been fortunate, you know, to see very, very tiny zebras. And we've been keeping up with the zebras here in Ukukuyo as well. And some of them are still fairly small, but some of them have grown a fair amount already, just in the past 2 months, I would say. Jeremy, you are really, oh, that's a difficult one. Cutest antelope baby and cutest predator baby. You're really asking me a difficult thing here, Jeremy, because you can literally impress me with any baby animal. Baby warthog, baby elephant, baby springbok. Alright, off the top of my head, just from what I saw today in Djuma, baby waterbuck for the antelope. Oh, it was so fluffy. And then baby predator. It's difficult. It's either between leopard and lion. Again, off the top of my head, if I were really to delve into it, I would probably go way beyond just the everyday cats. No, in fact, let me rather go with baby caracal. And I've never seen a baby caracal. However, a very, very good friend of mine, Marion, she's a very big wildlife photographer. She's from Germany, and she had this brilliant sighting of, well, it doesn't sound so cute when I'm going to explain it now, but 2 baby caracals, that were learning to hunt from their mother, and they caught a scrub hare, and they were literally just playing with this thing. Like, I know that sounds horrible, but they all have to learn somewhere, right? But they've got these beautiful, beautiful, beautiful blue eyes. They are red in coloration, of course. They've got those tufted ears. If you are not familiar with a baby caracal, please do yourself a favor and go read up on them. Or just go research pictures of them. But that's just over the top of my head. I love baby leopards, baby lions, really anything. But of course, I love hearing from all of you as well. If you have a different favorite, and it doesn't just have to be antelope or predator. If you have a favorite baby animal, let me know what that is. I always enjoy hearing other people's perspectives and opinions. What do they enjoy? Ooh, is that a rhino? Our rhino has returned. If you look at the zebras and you look just to the back of them, you'll see a slightly bigger animal. That is another black rhino. I don't know if it's the same one from before. We'll see once it comes closer. Because the one from before actually went into the water, and the bottom half of the body was actually wet. Seems like it, unless it is just the angle we are looking at, or looking from, I should say. Earth Lover, thank you so much for joining us. You are saying Okokoyo is on fire. It really is. It has been since this morning. It is still on fire. It really has been incredible. We've seen all of this today. We've had another black rhino sighting. We have had 2 elephant bulls. It really has been booming here. Alright, we'll get back to the waterhole now. Wait for the rhino to come over. I just quickly want to head us over to Djuma. There's a bird I would like to share with you. Look at this! Now sadly, I cannot take credit for this. We've got one of our Zoomies helping out. Colin, great find if you are listening. Apologies about the shaking. It is a bit windy as we know today in Djuma, but for me personally, this is a first on the dam cams. Now, what bird do you think this is? In some areas in southern Africa, it's fairly common. It's not all that common to see them actually sitting still for this long. What do you think of when you see this bird? It is, of course, a brown-headed parrot. They really are beautiful. And again, not too often do you see them sitting still. And for me personally, this is the first time ever seeing one by itself. That is very interesting. Because they are monogamous, but even when they are not with a partner, you'll generally see them like in a small flock. So this is very interesting. Where are your friends? Just beautiful. Tina, you sound like my mom. A little alone time is also alright. No, it is definitely. It's imperative sometimes just to take a bit of time to woosa and find yourself again. Center yourself and then put yourself back in the wild or whatever the situation is. But yes, it's just odd. I mean, I personally have never seen one by itself. So this is definitely very, very interesting. And as I say, they are generally monogamous, and even when they are not, you'll see them in smaller groups together. But this is called the brown-headed parrots. In Afrikaans we call them the bruinkop papegaai. So definitely very special to see them. But for those of you that are birders and that enjoy when we do see the birds and are fortunate to get them up close and personal, and of course if you are working on your bird calls, this is what this beautiful bird sounds like when it's vocalizing. Alrighty, well, I just wanted to share that with all of you. As I say, that was a first for me. I see our rhino and Okukuyo slowly approaching the waterhole, so let's get back there. There we are. You can see our unicorn has slowly made its way around the animals and is now slowly approaching the waterhole. So it'll be interesting to see. The one we did see earlier on sort of rushed through the abdomen stalks and eventually got to the water. But this one seems... yes, I don't like that. Don't just start flying when you're right in front of my face. It's a massive inconvenience to me. Now, what we just saw there, that rhino knows there are animals around. He can smell them, he can hear them, but until he is right up to them, he doesn't know what he is encountering. And that is, of course, what we were talking about earlier on when it comes to poaching as well. More often than not, unfortunately, they smell something, they hear something, but they don't see you until they are right up to you. And that is exactly what we are seeing now with this rhino. A lot of noises, a lot of scents and pheromones being given off by different species. But you'll see now, you see he's very hesitant. Sort of like, ooh, ooh. Come on, you're fine. They'll make way. Ooh. No, don't let that deter you from coming to the water. You are a massive animal. You've got right of way technically. I feel like black rhinos specifically are so misunderstood. And for me personally, I think I just have this opinion because I used to work with one specific rhino that previously was actually the victim of poaching, and she had the most, don't get me wrong, don't provoke her, but she had the most gentle personality, just like this one now, you know. He just wanted to come for some water. There's animals in the way that he couldn't see, and now he's sort of just like, alright, it's fine, I will leave. And people tend to say, specifically black rhinos, oh, they're so aggressive, you know, they'll just attack you, and nonsense. Any animal is aggressive if you provoke it, but specifically with black rhino, just like we saw now, they can't see all that well. So if they do feel threatened or they do feel provoked, sometimes they immediately react as opposed to retreating. Of course, depending on the situation and the circumstance they find themselves in. Now this morning we went into quite a bit of a discussion on rhino poaching. And I'm sure, you know, sometimes people wonder, should we be showing rhinos? As I said, specifically in Okokoyo, we've got a view of the rhinos. The visitor at the actual camp has a view of the rhinos, but so does the anti-poaching team. And I definitely agree, you know, poachers, I spoke about this earlier today as well, poachers are not stupid people, just like a bank robber or just like anyone else that's got something sneaky up their sleeve, not their chief. Bad guys are not stupid. They know how to strategize, they know how to do all of those things, but here in Okokoyo, the rhinos are being watched and followed by anti-poaching. And you'll find this in a lot of parks as well, national parks. You'll also find this in private game reserves, where you've got actual anti-poaching teams moving with the rhinos. I remember on my very first reserve that I actually guided on. And this was before dehorning became such a massive thing. And this was over 10 years ago, so rhino poaching was a real problem, but it wasn't as escalated as it is today. But I remember back then we had to account for each and every single rhino every single day. And if each and every single rhino was not seen, no one would go to bed that evening. You know, sometimes there was a rhino that just sort of stuck in one area, lied underneath a bush, or wallowed somewhere where it was not accessible for our vehicles. But until that rhino was seen, we were not allowed to go to bed. And it saddens me so much to think that we have to say these things, that the rhinos are being watched, they are being monitored, there is anti-poaching around. It's so sad that we have come to that point. It's so sad to think that one day perhaps my niece will not have this opportunity. You know, she's only 8 years old and she's been on many safaris. She's seen many rhinos in her life, many elephants, many lions. But for me personally, I don't know if she's going to be able to do that by the time she gets to my age. And she loves animals, just like all of us love animals, you know, and we really want to take care of them as much as we can. But I think we should definitely be doing more, creating more awareness, and sort of standing up to the poachers as well, you know, in terms of telling them, listen, we are watching the animals, which is sad to think that you now have to babysit a rhino or rhinos, wherever it is. But at the end of the day, if it's what we got to do, and if it's the only sacrifice we have to make to be able to ensure that those animals are being kept safe, then that's what we do. And I salute each and every single person out there, not just people that are directly involved with anti-poaching, but also people that are really trying to create awareness and trying to talk about the problem. And I've said this to you often, but you know, so many times you have conversations with people and they're like, okay, well, I don't live in Africa, why should I be worried about that? I'm sure many of you can keep me busy for hours with all of the endangered species you have wherever you find yourself in the world. We actually had a massive discussion about it the one day. And there's so many animals that came out that I had no idea even existed. So when we think about endangered and poaching and all of that, we immediately think, oh, rhinos or elephants. There's really so many species that need our help out there and that need us to talk for them, because who else is going to do it? But being able to still see them and to still actually show them live and broadcast them to all of you, I'm not sure how much longer we'll be able to actually still do that. Because it changes every single day. This morning I heard on the news they said that Botswana in the past 5 years has lost 1/3 of its rhino population. That's not just shocking, that's disgusting. And again, I don't live in Botswana, so I could easily say, well, it's not my problem, it's not my country, so why should I be worried? It's all of our problems, even if you're on a different continent. And really, I urge all of you as well, you know, sort of create awareness about the animals in your country as well. I would love to learn more about other endangered species, not just in Africa, not just on our continent or in Namibia or in South Africa, but really all over. Because perhaps you know someone that knows someone that knows someone that lives in that area and they had no idea. The more we know, the more we are going to want to know, and the more we are going to want to help. Oh, what a day to be alive. I'm just so grateful today. I really feel like a spoiled child with all of the sceneries we've had today. From the elephants to the storks to really everything. And it's really been interesting also to see how the storks are sort of adapted to the animals and the animals to the storks as well, you know. As one moves, the other moves as well, and there's a new opening for the animals to enter from. Just amazing. Whew, I will keep admiring all of this. And for now, I'm going to send you over to Amakhala.
So we are enjoying something a little different, a dazzle of zebras, because the cheetahs have avoided us. Once again, the cats are giving us the slip. But that's okay, look how pretty the scene is. Little zebra foals standing staring at us, a whole dazzle in the background, nice and green. Oh, 2 foals. And just a beautiful open area. We're down in one of the, I suppose, less densely vegetated parts of Amakhala, so it's much more open. There's a lot of little vegies and a bit of Nama Karoo. So it's a mix of grass and little shrubs and flowers, and this is just perfect for the zebras. This is where they're going to get a lot of very decent graze. It is surrounded by sweet thorn up there on the ridge where they are. There's a lot of sweet thorn, so that's a great indicator of nice fertile soil. And of course, down here, that means there's going to be some nice sweet grasses. They don't look so sure about us. We've been here for a little bit, but for whatever reason, they're not so happy now. I'd imagine this is that very big dazzle that's often in this section of Amakhala. We're in a very nice big open plain called Leeuwenbosch Flats. And the dazzle that normally comes through is about 30 or 40 zebras. It's a lot. But they're filtering out from those thickets. I think now that the wind has died down a bit, they're going to take the opportunity to come down into the open and graze their way over to the waterhole, which is down to the left. Slowly but surely, getting on with their day. There's normally giraffes that hang out with these zebras, but we haven't seen any yet. Ah, Cameron, I'm so happy that you enjoy zebra foals. I love them as well. I think they're absolutely adorable and always full of fun. Full of fun. Now, we have spotted a whole lot of different flowers around this area, which is pretty cool. I have told you about these very nice reddish orange ones before. That's the paintbrush lily. You can't see the yellow as clearly, or at least I can't. Maybe Morgan can. The yellow tips on the right at the top of every flower, which is the little bits of pollen but you can see it looks like it's a red paintbrush that's been dipped in some yellow paint. But those are coming up in droves everywhere at the moment, just these big groups of these gorgeous red paintbrush lilies. It's the first pop of color that you notice. But the more you look, the more you notice there's a lot of other flowers here as well. There's some beautiful yellow weeds that are spread out. And then of course pops of white and pops of bright, bright, bright pink. Now the bright pink is indeed royal carpet or a feigie. It's the same one that we saw this morning with the monitor lizard. We went back past there and it is the same plant, except it wasn't quite fully open yet because it was still too early and a bit too cold. So now that they are open, they are a beautiful little succulent flower that you can see these pops of pink everywhere. And then the white, I don't actually know what it is. I've been trying to identify them. I've got a few sneaky suspicions, but I don't actually know for sure, so I'm going to have to look at the white ones. But we did find some wild garlic. I can't see any of it here, but I'll find some for you. It's a similar color, but more purple, I suppose, than pink. And then the little pink one that we weren't sure of this morning with that monitor lizard as well. There were two pink flowers. The one was the more succulent one, which is that feigie, or the royal carpet, these beautiful succulent flowers that pop up throughout the Fynbos region. The other one looked like wild garlic but wasn't, and we think it's some form of phloxy, it's called. Phloxy, phloxy. But we need to look at that as well because there's so many different flowers here that look so similar but they have slight distinctions to them, so you've got to look at some of the finer details sometimes. But this is one of the coolest things about Amakhala. You could be sitting with a whole dazzle of zebras and there's just flowers everywhere. You can look at everything around you and there's just something to look at in every direction. Oh, Crystal, I'm so happy with that attitude that you've got, that everywhere you look there's always something to learn. Every day is something different. Every way we turn here at Amakhala is a learning opportunity because it's so different. Having so many different habitats in one big area, there's just ample opportunity for pretty much anything you can think of or dream of happening here and popping out to surprise you. I'm hoping we're going to get some citrus swallowtail butterflies coming through because they have been moving through now that it's a bit warmer, and they're particularly attracted to the feigies, to the pink flowers. So I'm hoping we get some of them coming through because I would love to show you one. It's the gorgeous black butterfly with bright yellow and white spots. Very distinct to every other butterfly you find here. Distinct from, not distinct to. Wow, distinct from. But isn't this just amazing? It's like these little pops of color everywhere between all of the little grasses and shrubs and the termite mounds. But even looking at the scenery like this, in amongst the flowers, so your eye is immediately drawn to the flowers, but if you look at the duller colors, if you look at the termite mounds, if you look at the different shades of green, you could almost see why the baby animals here are so well adapted to hiding and sitting still. They would look exactly like a termite mound. That tiny little red hartebeest calf that we've been looking for, if it lay in this patch here, we would not be able to see it unless it lifted its head or flicked its ears, because it's exactly the same color as these little termite mounds, and when it lies down it looks just like them. And the same happens with baby blesbok, even baby gemsbok are a different color, baby buffaloes. Everything is just so well adapted to look like a little termite mound lying down. You'd have to be an eagle-eyed predator to spot that it's actually prey and not a termite mound. It's amazing how everything fits in so well together and how nature has evolved and developed over time to make things that perfect. I almost wish there was a little calf in here somewhere so that we could play a game of spot the animal, because I'm fairly sure no one would get it unless the head popped up. Well, the zebras have all but moved on, and that's okay. I can see there's some dead squirrels up there. Can you see them, Morgan? Those look very different now that they're dead. Claire, yes, they pretty much have to be better with camouflage as babies than they have to be as adults, because as adults they're capable of getting away quite quickly, and they've also learned and developed their senses. So for them it's a lot easier to pick up the movement, to hear the movement, to smell the predator. So they've got a better chance of getting away. They're much more vulnerable as babies. They're not as experienced. They're not as good at quick changes of direction and running away. So they have to be better camouflaged, and that's exactly why they've evolved to be the same color as those bare patches you can see under those squills and all of the termite mounds in the background, so that when they do sit still for the first month or two, mom will leave them somewhere. They look just like a termite mound, very well hidden in the grass, and predators might easily overlook them. But I'm sure you're all used to seeing the tall white squirrel that is green with the beautiful top of that congregation of flowers into that kind of tapered end. These are dead squirrels. So they're finished flowering, and what happens is the flowers die first, and then the stalk dies, and it slowly just flops over like that because there's nothing left to hold it up structurally. Everything's dead. And then all that's left is that very green part you can see at the base. It looks like aloe leaves. So we see those little bases everywhere, but we don't actually see the flowering part very often. So we've been quite lucky to see so many squirrels recently. Everywhere we went today, we saw dead squirrels. I didn't see a single live one. So they're all past their flowering season now. They only flower until about February, from maybe October, November, and then they all die out. And they won't flower again until the next summer rains. So that's going to be quite a long way away. But how special that we've seen that process happen, and now they're dying. The natural life cycle of a flower. Trying to find if there's a nice clear view of one of those white flowers. Morgan, can you see one anywhere that you can see that purple inside in the middle? Oh, to the right. Thank you. Morgan is going to show you the white flower that I've been trying to ID. So there's a couple of white flowers that look pretty similar in this area. This one seems to be very common in this particular section of the flats, blowing in the wind. But you can see very rounded petals that are quite well fused, almost into a trumpet shape. And right in the middle, almost a watered down dark purple. That kind of draws the insect's attention into the middle so that they can act as pollinators. That is, after all, what flowers are for. But I will ask a favor. If anyone knows exactly which species of flower this is, please will you let me know? I would be greatly, greatly impressed, and I would love it if you could help me out with that. It seems like quite an unusual one because it's not a full stand of flowers. It's just one individual white flower here and there. So whatever the plant is, it only relies on the one flower per plant, which is interesting. Generally, plants go for a lot more flowers, but I suppose that is quite energy expensive, especially for such a small plant. Very similar to the paintbrush lily, each plant is one individual flower. It's not a bunch of flowers like the vygies or the wild garlic, which have multiple flowers from each stalk or each stem. But I think it's quite pretty. It looks similar to a mallow flower, which you find in the Lowveld, named after marshmallows, because they're quite solid looking and they look very soft and squishy. This looks kind of similar. It's not like a daisy or anything like that, which has much finer petals. I would love to see the markings of this flower under UV light. So insects and birds and even zebras and some select other animals can see light on the UV spectrum, which we can't. We are useless at that. Our eyes are actually fairly useless compared to most animals. But anyway, we see this flower as white with that kind of dark center. Under UV light, you would probably find that down the center of each of those white petals, there's a UV color that we can't see that runs down to congregate in the center of that flower, that dark part, just to attract the insects, and it acts as a bit of a road map. McDonald's? No? A road map to go straight to the center of the flower so that it saves time. The insects can go straight to the middle, get the pollen and the nectar, and then go to the next flower, and so they manage to pollinate all the flowers in the area. So it acts as a bit of a map to say X marks the spot. But we can't see that, so I'd like to see what this flower looks like. Being so white, I'd love to know what exact UV markings it has, or UV markers for insects. Because those are also quite broad petals, so would it just be one stripe down the middle? Would it be multiple? Would it be a combination of the two? I don't know. Something in between. Very, very interesting. But please, if you have just joined us, try and help me ID this flower, if you know what it is. We have been looking at some of the vegetation, we've been looking at zebras, we've been trying to have a fantastic morning, and it's working so far. My name is Tess. If you have just joined us, behind the camera is Morgan, and we are at Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape. We have had an eventful morning. Started off actually very close by, just over the hill, with a monitor lizard with some of these flowers in the background, and then moved on to some secretary birds, which was even better. But across the board, we've had elephants at Okukuya with Lisa, we've had hippos at Djuma with Lisa, we've had a lot of very interesting conversations today as well, identifying flowers and talking about climbing into giraffe rib cages and things like that. It's been quite fascinating. But for the most part, we have been having a great time with some scenery. We've had some fun across the board today. But if you have got any questions, if you want to help me ID this flower, you can send in an ID for me. Please do. I'd love to hear from you. It is, after all, your journey, escaping into nature. So I want to hear what you have to say. I don't know what flower this is. But it's definitely insect pollinated. It's too small to be pollinated by anything else. Lenny, you thought I was talking about dead squirrels. It's definitely not dead squirrels. It's dead squills. We'll show you the dead squills. Squills! My grandmother actually would like you, Lenny. Or she would have liked you, I should say. She always used to speak very properly, but with a very different accent to the current generations. And it's not school, it's school. It's not a squirrel, it's a squill. She would have sat next to me and said that constantly until I got it right. It's a pity she's not here to do so, I suppose. But yes, dead squills. Tall white squill. Looks a lot more magnificent when it actually is upright and has flowers. At the moment, they're pretty dead stalks that have flopped over and completely going to recede. But it looks quite eerie when you drive through certain sections where the predominant flower species is these tall white squills, and it looks like these squill skeletons all over the place. Everywhere you look, instead of tall grass like you would have in the Lowveld, it's just these squills that are bent over. But that kind of broad-leafed section at the bottom that looks like a mix between an aloe and a rock rose, that's the base of the squill. That's the part of the plant that lives throughout the year. And then the flower, that stalk sticking up that looks very dead and brown, that's the part that we've been lucky to see for the last month. Actually about 2 months probably, but I've only been here for 3 weeks, so it's been quite lovely seeing the squills in flower. I'm very happy those are not dead squirrels. But I haven't seen any squirrels here. I don't think you get squirrels here. No ground squirrels, no tree squirrels. Meerkats though, yes. Mongooses, lots of them, but no squirrels. I would like to see the meerkats up close. We're actually not far from where there is a known meerkat burrow. So every now and then we've been going to sit there and hope that they come out, but so far we haven't been lucky, and I think we're actually going to try and do that just now, purely because the cheetahs and the lions have avoided us today. So we're going to have to make a plan and find something else. But that's the best part of being out here. There are so many possibilities. The zebras surprised us. The flowers are a constant this time of the year, which is even better. We love all the flowers. So many pretty colors that pop in the landscape. I wouldn't mind some giraffes too. Live ones though. Morgan doesn't mind if it's dead. Either or. Wow. Yolanda, the scenes here really are quite beautiful. You know, sitting out on that viewpoint a little bit earlier, I wasn't exaggerating when I said you can sit at the same viewpoint multiple times and you don't get bored because every time you notice something different. But also, there isn't a single spot on Amakhala that I have not liked immensely. Not a single one that I can think of that I didn't like. Everything looks so different and it's so pretty. It's just amazing. And it's this mix of habitats, you see. So there's 5 main habitats, but apparently there is a 6th one as well. I just don't know what it is. 6 of the 9 habitats you find in South Africa are represented here in Amakhala. 5 are the main ones though. And we're in one of them at the moment. This is more Nama Karoo mixed with grassland. So it's actually a little bit of both. A little bit of both. But I think it's quite fantastic that there can be so many. But if you are interested in what they are, this is the mix of grassland and Nama Karoo. So grassland, obviously, grassland. Nama Karoo is a mix between short grasses and small shrubs and flowers with occasional thickets in the distance. So you can definitely see where that fits in here. All the little small shrubs with kind of fynbos or succulent flowers popping through. It's not tall stands of grass. And then the odd section of shrubbery in the background, but the shrubs look quite dense. They look thorny almost. So that's the Nama Karoo. And then there's coastal dune forest, which is probably one of my favorite habitats on Amakhala because it's so different. It looks like beach sand and you're driving up and down these dunes, but you're in a tropical forest. It's just crazy. So that's a really great place to find a lot of the bird species and things like brown hyenas and even aardwolf as well. And then fynbos. Fynbos is only found in certain parts of the Eastern Cape and then along in the Western Cape towards Cape Town. Very, very different habitat. Quite a few aloes, a lot of fynbos plants, which is again mostly succulents and small flowers. So some of these flowers we are seeing are part of the fynbos region as well. And that is particularly good for sugar birds and sunbirds, things like that, because there's a lot of nectar producing tall flowers with very long shoots. And then, of course, just the plain old simple subtropical thickets, which we find on the edges of all of the mountains. On all of the crests going down into the valleys, there's subtropical thickets. So this is literally almost a perfect area for most animals I can think of. You literally can't get bored. But I can just imagine, I mean, I can't remember when last I saw fynbos in the Western Cape, but I can imagine these paintbrush lilies, these beautiful orangey red flowers. I can imagine these everywhere mixed in with aloes and all the other beautiful succulents. I think it would be brilliant. I think I need to plan one of those holidays again, Morgan. Sounds good with a rooftop tent, maybe. Rooftop tent. Sounds like fun. Well, we're going to see if we can go and find those meerkats. Since we're in the area, we might as well. And in the meantime, while we head in that direction, we shall send you over to Djuma with Lisa.
Lenny, I have found you a squirrel. Luckily, it is not dead. Now, of course, this is a tree squirrel. And how chilled out is it not? I apologize for the whiteness that you see on your screen. Of course, that is what helps us to monitor and to actually control the Djuma dam cam. But I was just checking the different dam cams, of course, Ukukuyo as well as Djuma. And then as I came over, I just saw this fluffy tail and I thought, oh dear, what is this? Is it a dead squirrel? But alas, it is a live squirrel. And I think it's so ironic, just talking about the squirrels. For me personally, I think this is only probably my third time seeing a squirrel on the dam cam here at Djuma. But just check at this, he's just chilling, not bothered by anything. Let's see, it might be a little bit tricky, but hopefully I can get a closer look at his actual face. Just bear with me. Oh, that's incredible. And tree squirrels specifically have a very, very near and dear place in my heart. My previous lodge where I worked, I don't know, there was a squirrel problem apparently, but literally every second week, some of the staff members would come to us and say, do you want a baby squirrel or do you want a few? Because they would literally just breed and breed and breed and breed and breed. So I've actually had the had the privilege of raising a few squirrels as well. But one specifically, oh, he was so cute. His name was Timon. Now Timon, of course, refers to a meerkat. This is a squirrel. But Timon would literally go on safari with me. He would drive along in my uniform shirt pocket. He loved yogurt. And then eventually the one day we just put Timon in the wild and hopefully he'll be okay. So I really have a very, very soft spot for squirrels. No, don't go. Aw, man, we have lost the squirrel. I do apologize. That is fairly sad. Let me just quickly have another glance around and see if anything else is showing up in Djuma. Otherwise, we shall go to our very, very busy waterhole. But as you know, I like to always make sure. Just have a look-see, see if we are not missing anything. And we actually did have an elephant earlier on, but it was so brief. I'm not sure if it was just one individual or an actual herd. But they literally just bypassed the dam and carried on with their day. So sadly we missed on Djuma's elephants, but that's perfectly fine. Just want to see, perhaps we shall take one last look-see at the hippos. Oh, and it is just so green and lush still in Djuma, which I'm super grateful for. That is always a bonus for the animals in terms of water, food, everything really. Just one last look-see around. Let us see, let us see. And we've got no elephants. Oh, it was worth a try. But I will keep my eyes glued to Djuma as well. But for now, let's head on over to Okukoyo. As you can see, it is still booming here. A lot of activity. The Abdom storks are still around. Some of them preening and cleaning. Some of them actually looking for food. And the others literally just sunbathing. And the zebras have not for one moment stopped vocalizing. Coming to the water, moving away. We had a fairly large group of wildebeest. I just quickly want to have a look-see and see if they are still around, but I think they've taken off actually. Probably decided, no, this queue is way too long. We'll come back a bit later. I don't know who of you heard that. I think it was a crow. It's like a ah. It sounded like its voice was breaking or something. I wonder if you get if you ever get an animal that is sort of like off pitch. You know, like some people sing with really, really good pitch. And others not so much. However, practice makes perfect. I wonder if there's animals, you know, that do that. Or perhaps a male lion, when he roars, he's got sort of like a croaky voice. Or it definitely would be interesting. I think it's possible. We have seen so many interesting things, not just today, but in the past few days. If you perhaps had an animal that had no voice, literally. But we are slowly coming to that time of the day where we have to say goodbye. But before we do, I would love to hear from all of you. What has been your highlight today? I can't even begin to think what mine was, because really everything we've seen from Okukoyo to Djuma to Kariga to Amakhala has been amazing. But let me know what you have enjoyed today. Oh my goodness, that one sounds like a baboon that's being harassed by something. Oh, that was a very odd call. But I mean, surely it must happen, specifically now with the zebras, you know, when they are constantly vocalizing and sort of fighting. First of all, that uses a lot of energy, but now you have to announce yourself constantly as well. Surely their voices must get tired at some time and then obviously sound like that. But, I don't even know how to I think that was a once in a lifetime noise we just heard. These animals and their funny noises. But as I say, we really are just embracing this. I don't know how much longer this will carry on. Couple of days, couple of weeks. Generally ratting between animals, whether it's impalas or zebras. Generally it lasts for a couple of weeks. But again, I too am getting familiar with Okokoyo and the different dynamics, and apart from that, I think even, if you do know the patterns and the behaviors and dynamics and everything about the animals, they will always keep on surprising us. That is the one thing I have now started learning. For me personally, I never expected to have this today. No new visitors coming from that side yet. However, I don't even know if we have space for new visitors. Michelle, you are saying thank you to everyone at Wild Earth, myself and all the beautiful animals. Michelle, you are so, so, so welcome. On your first day back, I think you brought us the luck with the elephants, the rhinos, and of course all of the storks, the zebras, the springbok, the impalas, the wildebeest. Really everything we have seen today has been absolutely amazing. And thank you to all of you, Michelle yourself, and to all of our beautiful viewers. We really appreciate all of you so, so much. Thank you for all of your questions today, your comments. And really thank you just for sharing your passion and your love for wildlife with us. It really makes it all so worth it. And thank you to the animals. They really have been a treat today here at Okokoyo. And of course, thank you to our directors, our tech team. And from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist. Tess, who's in Amakala with Morgan. And of course, Trishala, who's blowing away in Kariga. We really appreciate all of you so, so, so much. But we hope you'll join us again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. Tomorrow you will have Alex at the waterholes. And then I will be back again on Thursday. But join us again tomorrow. I think it's going to be fascinating to see what shows up then. But as always, you can follow the highlights on the app and see what you may have missed today or whenever you may have missed Escape to Nature. But I hope you missed nothing, because it's been a beautiful, brilliant, bold day of animals. And again, we hope to see you tomorrow. We hope you will stay tuned for what comes after this. And of course, we'll see you for Sunset Safari. We look forward to spending the rest of the day with you as well. But we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. From myself, Lisa, at the waterholes, that's a wrap. And thank you so, so, so much for a beautiful day. Hopefully all of these animals will come for all of you. And for Alex tomorrow on Escape to Nature. We'll see you then.